this time was even better than ever.
Margaritaville was great this
The
time.
menu items every night were phenomenal.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Anyway, we were gone a long time. We were happy to come home and see that.
What's an ABC?
ABC. Fine wine and spirits.
Oh, okay. I thought he was talking about weather.
Always a welcome sight coming back home to Florida. For sure.
Okay. Well, we're not talking about weather. Okay. Hold on. Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. How are you? The earth says hello. Here we go again. Looking that all I really know is here you come again, and here I go, here I go, here I go home. Yeah, it is. Hi, easily distracted.
All over his face.
Oh, let's
Sorry,
look
man.
at this.
Sorry, Dave. Hey, so since we last checked in with you all during my break, we did see a couple more people walk into the diner.
This is
they said, we had
DC
plans
news.
or we wanted to go and have some coffee and still enjoy the places that are open.
Let it snow.
Here's another difference too. So you had the main road. This is the parking lot. The parking lot has been plowed down a little
have
bit,
some weed.
but this is where sometimes
Stays
you have to
fucked
be
up.
careful, because whenever there's that thin layer of snow, that can turn into ice, and then it gets slick. Not too safe.
What is going on in there?
We've seen the road crews busy at work here, trying to clear those main roads as best as they can.
Let it snow,
and for the two of us, we are just trying to stay warm and check in
No
with
school
folks who
day.
need to
It's
be
a snow
out and about
day.
today, because like we've been saying throughout the morning,
Fuck
really,
yeah,
if
you get a
don't need to
snow
be
day,
out, please
Maryland,
don't.
looks
Maryland
like.
is in a state of emergency
you.
that was shifted from a state of preparedness
I love
by the
snow
governor.
days.
This just allows government agencies to be able to pull on those resources more efficiently. But we're going to send it back to the studio now to the two of you.
All right, well,
To
Juliana,
you two,
at least you're
whoever
close
you
to the
are.
lunchtime spot, so just hang
To
out there.
you
I know
two.
it's cold for a couple more hours.
Congratulations.
Then you can try out the
Maybe
lunch
downtown
menu.
Frederick.
Right, that's right, that's right.
Thanks,
All right.
Juliana.
Well, now let's go to Amelia. And Amelia, very interesting. So we've seen Joseph Omo downtown
Hi,
making
easily. Hi,
some pretty good,
butterflies.
firm snowballs.
Right.
Out in Frederick, Juliana,
Washington, D.C. closed.
Like it was pretty dry.
Yeah, and a really good point there, Tony. Temperatures here
See,
inside
God
the
is
Beltway
real.
are a little bit warmer than they are up around the Maryland-Pennsylvania border, so it's definitely a much
God
fluffier
is
snow the
real.
farther north you go, with some sleet
that
mixing
light
in
is.
farther to the south. It's going to be a more dense snow. All of that to say, we're going to continue to track snow showers winding down now with this first wave through about noontime, winding down from west
love
to east. So
you.
if you're seeing dry conditions outside of your window,
I don't know
expect
what
dry
my
conditions
brain
throughout
spot's
the
gonna be
afternoon
for this
hours
morning.
before we get another round of snow showers this evening. This
But
second round
I,
of snow, not producing a lot, about
Oops,
1 to
hold
2 inches. This first round is the main event,
But
with
I,
our area picking up at least 6 inches. 6 to 10 is our range here, and that looks like a
I think
very
I've come
good
full
range based
circle.
on the amounts we're seeing coming in. There will be some isolated
This isn't
areas that pick up
exactly
a foot of
smiting, but
snow,
I'll take
with the winter
it. Well,
storm
it's
warning in effect for
as
the
close, I
entire
think,
area
as might
until
get.
1 o'clock on Tuesday morning. So we'll have snow winding down overnight tonight. Some computer models keeping a little bit of snow in as late as about 5, 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, but it would be a very light snow. At this
Yeah,
point,
very
still tracking
light.
some heaviest
Never
snow
mind.
now in the metro area, and especially down to the south along 301 into parts of
You don't
Charles
even know
County,
her.
St. Mary's, Calvert counties, northern parts of Calvert County seeing some heavier
No salt in
snow as
D.C.
well.
I'm going to tell you right
You can
now,
see
when I lived in
Loudoun,
D.C.,
Fauquier counties mainly
it would
dry
snow
right now.
the littlest
Parts of
bit,
Fairfax
and my
County,
bus
still seeing some snow
absolutely
showers
couldn't
down
figure it
through
out.
Prince
So
William,
I
Stafford,
have
King
very
George counties. But again,
poor
we are starting to get this break
memories
that we
of
advertised.
winter
so
in
this is good.
DC.
It's going to allow road crews to get out and do kind of their initial cleaning before the second round moves in later today, mainly after sunset. And here's the second round back into parts of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois,
Yeah.
starting to push into parts of
I know, it
Kentucky.
was
So we are looking
terrible.
at what we call a
God, they
dry
were just
flood
like
out there for
pathetic.
the
The
next
buses
few
would be
hours,
like, we
and then
can't
we'll have
move.
snow
And I'm like,
moving
there's
back in.
nothing on the
There will be
ground.
no melting today.
It's
though,
not
with
even
temperatures
sticking.
right
No,
now
that's not
in
true.
the 20s, 28 in the district,
It was when it was
22 up
sticking.
in Middletown, 27 in Leesburg, 27 over in Clinton, Maryland. So not only is it very cold, but you factor in the winds, and we're dealing dealing with wind chill temperatures today, only in the teens and low 20s
Well, I guess
throughout the afternoon
God is
hours.
really
So
upset.
if you are
Hi,
venturing
Badger.
out,
How are
not
you?
just
Good
the
morning.
puffy coat, but you need the gloves, the hat, the scarf.
Welcome
the
to Wake
snow
and
boots
Bake.
out
I'm
there.
Lolo,
And as we
your
continue
host.
throughout the day
I
tomorrow,
should
the
say that.
winds pick up. So not only are we dealing
Otherwise,
with
people won't
gusty
know where they
winds
are.
producing frigid wind chills
They'll
tomorrow,
think, what
but
is this?
blowing snow as
MSNBC?
well. So talking
No.
about the commuter forecast today,
Spent a
tonight,
Christmas in
snow-covered
Lynchburg,
roads.
Virginia. A
Throughout the
quarter
day
inch of snow
tomorrow,
shut down the whole
crews
city.
will
I
really be
know.
able to get out there
I don't
and
know if
clean
it's any
things up,
better
since
now,
we're
but I'm
going
going
to
to tell you,
be dry throughout
DC
the
was
day
a
on your
wreck
Tuesday.
when
That
it
being
snowed
said,
when I
main
lived
roads
there.
should be just fine by tomorrow morning, but those side roads, the secondary roads, the neighborhood roads, those will still have some
Yeah, of
issues
course.
because
They had
this is
no
just such
salt.
a widespread
And no clue what to
impressive
do,
event.
yeah.
This is the biggest snowstorm we've had here in about 3 years. On Wednesday, just some isolated slick spots, but everything should really
That's a
be returning
problem.
to normal by
Okay.
Wednesday. I do anticipate
Lived in
some
Louisiana for a couple of
cancellations,
years.
delays tomorrow with our
Okay.
schools, and then maybe some delays.
I'm going to turn
on
her down a
Wednesday,
little bit.
especially in those more
Lived in
rural
Louisiana
counties,
for
but
a
I think
couple
for the
years
most part,
dusting.
our
Oh, I would
Sophie district in
imagine.
Arlington should be
Same
good
thing
to
with
go
I
by
had family
Wednesday.
that
And
lived
again,
in North
tomorrow,
Carolina.
it's still kind of, I think,
And
delays
that
versus
city,
cancellations.
well,
We don't get a
actually,
lot
they
of
did pretty
cancellations,
good, but it
I
was
think a lot of parents are
it
hoping
was
maybe we'll
around
get
the
to
time
delay.
when
Snowfall total
like they
so
started
far in
getting
about the
more
5 to
snow
7
every
inch
year,
range. Prince
and it was
William
kind of
County
weird.
reporting 7
A rare
inches of
time for
snow. Cooler
CNY
temperatures throughout the day
to be
tomorrow
a
in the
watcher
teens
while the
and
snow
20s,
falls west and
with that
south of
new
us
weather alert
while
again
we sit
as we
comfortably
look
3
to
hours south
tomorrow,
of
and then maybe
Toronto.
some more
Nice,
snow
Paul
to Lynn
Langen.
County
Good
on
morning.
Saturday with
How
another
are
storm system.
you?
So that's something we will
How
be
are
keeping an eye
you?
on as we head throughout the work.
Yeah, I'm not
All
not
right, Amanda,
sad. I
thank
don't
you.
live in
Of course, we
like
are in the middle
places
of
with
our
snow
coverage
because
that
I'm
we've
not
been doing since 4
in a
o'clock this
position to
morning, but we
shovel
wanna
anymore or
say
do any
very
of that stuff.
special,
But
welcome back right now.
yeah.
Welcome
Oh,
back,
are
and
you going to do something?
congratulations, as a matter of fact. Drew Wilder is back on TV with us, of course.
Okay.
He has been on parental leave. He and his wife,
Oh,
Beth, are now a
congratulations.
family of
Okay,
4.
anyway, enough
Congratulations
about this.
once again,
You got the
Drew,
point.
and
There's weather.
welcome back. How's it?
There's weather. We have weather. Let's just have a nice little fire. Today's going to be a tough day. I don't know. Maybe a tough day for me. Where the fuck am I? Paul J. How are you? It's the Paul J. and Paul Langen show. Yeah. Newburgh, New York was my youth in a cul-de-sac with snowstorms bringing in. See, that would have been a great childhood. I think that's really cool. It's -11 and my furnace has been on since Saturday. Using a small heater so not completely frozen. God, Badger! Lee, good morning! At the garage for car maintenance? Okay, all right. All right, fair. That's fair. That's fair. I don't shovel. I push snow to the side and salt. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah. It took me, like, when I lived in Maine, I didn't even get, like, a snowplow guy for years. I was so dumb. I don't know why I didn't get a snowplow guy to just plow my fucking driveway. I would do it. My sister and I would do it. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. We were so dumb. Two little girls that grew up in California trying to figure it out. Oh, good thing I have this candle burning right here. All right. So this morning, I have no idea what we have. I have no idea what we have to watch. They say Congress is starting at 7, but I think they're doing the certification at 1. So, I definitely have story at 10 a.m. my time, so in about 3 hours. I definitely have stuff we can fill in that time because I have a lot of stuff I wanted to read to you that we didn't get to. We have a snow blower for blizzards, only time we use it. I would imagine that would be helpful. That would have been helpful too, like a snow blower. What the fuck are those called? I don't even know. I think I'm already a little too high. Yeah, anyway, so let's see. This week will be interesting. Oh, actually what I'm going to start with, I think I have a couple of clips I want us to watch. Make sure. Do 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 do. Want to make sure we're not missing any of the action. Action Jackson. All right, here we go. Nope. Okay. Watch later. I want to watch some things later with my friends. Okay, we're going to play a couple of little news clips just to bring us Bring our brain space out of the weekend. Come on out of the weekend, brain space. Come on into the week. Okay, all right. So I just lined up a couple of clips. This one is the first one.
From the bell toll.
It's a depressing one.
Mean in this dismissal?
It means
Right, so
that
this
it
is
can
from-
be brought again.
Dang it, Andrew Weissman. This is from Political Voices Network. So Stephanie Miller, who you just saw on screen. You want to frolic in the light? News is for the birds. I know. Bring out the old favorites. Well, bring in the humor or allow the GOP to speak. Well, they're not talking yet. Not yet. This is from last night, or yesterday, rather. Excuse me. Like yesterday, not last night. It does make a difference. Okay. So just so you know, it's 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. So grab your coffee. Here we go. We're going to listen to a little Political Voices Network. Our friends over at the Political Voices Network. Here we go.
Let's begin with without prejudice. What does that mean in this dismissal?
It means that it can be brought again. When you dismiss something with prejudice, double jeopardy has attached. You cannot be charged again for the same crime.
With prejudice is prejudice against the prosecution.
Exactly.
Don't do this again.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's you agree that it's over. And so without prejudice means as if the case has not existed and it can be rebrought. And the real issue here is by Jack Smith doing this now as opposed to waiting, which is definitely an alternative he could have pursued. He really maximized the chances that the judge was going to do what she did, which is grant this without prejudice. And symbolically, that is also important because, as Jack Smith's saying, we still have the same view of the merits, and we are not dismissing these charges with prejudice as if it has gone away and we think he didn't do anything wrong. It could be brought again, as remote as that possibility is.
Was there any option here for the Trump lawyers to request that the dismissal be with prejudice?
Yes, there was. It is surprising to me that they did not say that. They, according to the government's papers, agreed that this would be dismissed without prejudice. It remains to be seen whether that was a mistake on their part, that they should have asked for that, or whether they think, you know what, once Donald Trump is the president on January 20th, he has various options. He can obviously try to pardon himself. And he can also make sure the Department of Justice doesn't go forward with any case for 4 years as to himself. I mean, obviously he will do that. But it's not clear that he can pardon himself. It's also not clear that he could reopen this case to say, Judge Chutkan, we now want you to change your dismissal that was without prejudice to something with prejudice. That's a much harder burden for them to undertake.
There's no way to spin it. It's a depressing...
I do not care for whom the bell tolls.
It's a depressing one. Even, Glenn Kirshner, who's generally pretty happy-clappy. It's just, even though you knew it was coming, it's still pretty breathtaking where we are.
I honestly didn't know it was coming. I had hoped it would. Because, number one, he's not the damn president yet.
Yeah, stop obeying in advance.
Yeah, I mean, why give up your leverage on your own? Why not, wait till somebody takes it away from you?
Well, I assume so he can release a report. Right. I mean, that's the whole reason. Because Charlie's obviously...
what good is the report?
Well, because what would have happened, he would have gotten fired, and then they would have Bill Barred the report. They would have gone, here's the report we're going to issue from...
What, we need another report to know what we already know?
Yes.
A report is not going to change anything.
I don't want empty pages in history where Trump's crimes should be. I mean, I don't know what else we can do at this point.
I just, I'm tired of reports. I'm tired of department policy memos. I'm tired of all the roadblocks we put in our own way.
Yeah. I hear you.
And I just had it. And by the way, I was researching the famous memo that you can't indict a sitting president.
Mm-hmm.
It was originally written by the Office of Legal Counsel in 1973, but it was put into effect in the fall of 1973 by, wait for it, Acting Attorney General Robert Bork.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Because Nixon had already beheaded the Justice Department.
Right.
And Bork
Charlie,
was the only
remember
one
when we
still
were
standing.
That was considered ridiculous by everybody when Nixon said if the president does it, it's not illegal. Here we are. I mean, it's like,
yeah. I mean, guess what? If the president does it, it's not illegal.
Yeah. I think he's going to shoot someone on Fifth Avenue just to make a point.
I'm not going to hope, that this guy's coronary arteries last until 2029.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't care.
Because otherwise you're going to wind up having to have a cadaver synod.
Yeah. I don't care.
You know what the cadaver synod is? Did they teach you that in Catholic school?
No,
The what?
The cadaver synod is probably my favorite historical event. A pope dug up his predecessor, dressed the corpse in the papal robes, put him on trial, and convicted him.
I'm down with it. Yeah.
And then cut off his blessing fingers and threw the corpse into the Tiber.
Yeah. Oh, someone that did mortician makeup for a living said that the makeup Trump is doing looks very much like what they used to do. Because, like the lips aren't the same color.
Right.
And whatever. Okay, Charlie, you write out of what seems to be the endless parade of wackadoos, smack brains, rockheads, fanatics, lunatics, and general for brains that has been following Trump ever since he rode down the escalator and set the American idea of self-government on an express escalator to hell. None has been more ridiculous.
Wait, what are you guys talking about? Saw a little on the mole, too. Good morning. Hi, Neil. How are you? No worries. I'm glad you're here. I was getting a little worried. Big Mac coronary arteries. What are we talking about? I didn't want to. What are we talking about? Oh, my God. What are we talking about? Something else that is really interesting on the ProPublica piece on militias. Oh, we're going to read that. We're actually going to read that. I'm going to read that, Jim. That's one of the things I wanted to read on Friday that we didn't get to. Want to try stream? Yes, Paul J. Your arrival is noted, sir. Indeed. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, no problem, butterflies. Take care. Be safe. Be safe. Be safe. Yeah, be careful, Paul J. Step lightly into the streets of YouTube. Don't expose yourself too much. All right? Just, take my advice. Reading up the feed makes it difficult. I know. All right. Keep up the extraordinary common sense. Yes, indeed. Let's finish this one out. It is very, very, and I just love hearing smart people, right? Like I'm yearning for smart people. I don't want clowns. I don't want actors. I want No! I'm Glenn Kushner with your rock concert. Okay. Well, anyway, there we go. That was a little something I wanted you to see. Let's see what else. What did I want you to see? What's this? Oh, this is coming up. So we'll be going to this just to see what there are. You asked how I am, LOL. Remember when I said I pulled a rib muscle coughing? You tore the rib muscle? Oh, Neil, do you have to wear a brace or something? Do you have to wear a brace? Is that something you have to wear? Oh, I am so sorry. That's terrible. I hope you're getting like something that you can wear that will be like, just helpful to keep. I mean, is that what they do? Do they give you that? Oh my God, I have so much in here. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Let me find this. Good morning. Good morning, Oomph. That's terrible. Thank God for Canadian healthcare. Yeah. I also saw a Midas Touch piece on Trudeau on a potential resignation from Trudeau today. Yeah, you have some hard case pain. Oh, okay, you've got some meds to help that. All right, so let's see here. Where's that damn militia thing? Damn it! I had it way down here. God damn it! I need better folders. Yeah, it's over here somewhere. Fuck. Where are you? Look at me. I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree. Okay, it's not there. Hold on. Militia. There we go. There it is. There it is. What did I just do? I did something weird. Okay. I did something weird. All right. Yeah, we're going to read this. Let's see. Not braceable, just rest and don't exert. Okay, I won't be funny. Don't worry, Neil. Don't worry, Neil. I will not be funny. No problem. I can deliver on that. I really can. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. It's just hard to be down like that. That Trudeau story's been running all around all morning. I'm not convinced. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. I at first thought it was just like Chud fantasy, to be honest, because I had heard a couple of Chuds say it, but I didn't really hear much news. But then this morning I saw that there was a, yeah, no jokes. I did see that there was a Midas touch piece on it. So that was kind of weird. That was just kind of weird. I'm not either. Announcement from Trudeau at 10:45. Okay, Badge. I won't touch that line. Yeah, don't. Yeah, don't touch that line. Don't. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see what we have. Come on. Come on. Come on. The joy balls. The joy balls. It's the joy. Oh, there we go. Oops, nope. There we don't go. Oh, sorry. Nope. Just kidding. Just kidding. There we go. Oh, good. Cleta can listen to this. She should listen to this. Okay. Let me take some coffee. I saw a Reuters story that quoted a Globe and a Mail story that had no name sources. Neil, that makes, I'm with you. When it happens, whatever. Oh, Rideau Cottage is where Trudeau lives. Well, thank you. I learned something today. Badger, there is an announcement. Might have nothing to do with Trudeau leaving. Then the media will be even angrier for having been played. They'll blame Justin Trudeau. That guy cannot catch a break. My God. Leave the poor man alone. No, I'm just kidding. I don't have any feelings about him. I'm not really, like, his past is, whatever. I don't know. I don't really care. As long as he does right by his country, I don't give a shit. That's all I care about. Oh, wait. Why isn't this working? Oh, there we go. There we go. That's better. Badger. Teresa! Oh, yes, it is that day. Trauma. Trigger. We're triggered. No, I'm not actually, but I am dreading kind of like, just all the memories, like not memories, but just all the reminders that come up in clips and shit. Like, Teresa, I'm so happy to see you. Just know so many people have been asking about you, and, I know. Yeah. So we're just so happy to see your smiling avatar here. Justin Trudeau has to live in a cottage because the previous prime minister let the prime minister resident at 24 Sussex Drive fall apart. Imagine if Biden allowed the White House to fall apart. Well, that Maybe that would wake people up. I have no idea. Those dummies went home for the weekend, and now because of the storm, they can't make it back to D.C. What if they don't have a quorum? Oh my God, I'm crying. Hold on. Make sure that my isn't running because I'm crying so badly. Oh well. Well, there's nothing you can do about it. Anyway, no quorum, no new presidente. Okay, here we go. We're gonna read this. So it's a little bit of a. It looks like it's an hour long. Okay, so let's just see how far we get. We'll keep coming back to it. And if it's keeping your interest, that's great. And if it's not, I'll move on to something else. Harper hates everything that isn't him. The Chuds in Canada have now convinced voters that rebuilding the prime ministerial residence would just put money in Trudeau's pocket. Well, yeah, no. I mean, unless he's like connected to the contractors, which I would really hope that he's not stupid enough to do that. But you never know. People do stupid things all the time. So, okay, here we go. John Williams kept a backpack filled with everything he'd need to go on the run. 3 pairs of socks, a few $100s cash, makeshift disguises and lock-picking gear, medical supplies, vitamins, and high-calorie energy gels, and thumb drives that each held more than 100 gigabytes of encrypted documents, which he would quickly distribute if he were about to be arrested or killed. On April 1st, 2023, Williams retrieved the bag from his closet and rushed to his car. He had no time to clean the dishes that had accumulated in his apartment. He did not know if armed men were out looking for him. He did not know if he would ever feel safe to return. He parked his car for the night in the foothills overlooking Salt Lake City and curled up his 6-foot 4-inch frame in the back seat of the 20-year-old Honda. This was his new home. I'm going to make sure. Let me pull up the certification or the Congress thing too, just to make sure that they are not doing anything without us. Don't do anything without us, please. So let me just pull that into a corner somewhere. Boom, boom. What? No, that's not it. That's that. Boop, 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 boop. I might have to cover you, JD. You're a pain in the ass anyway. All right, so we'll leave that on. I can't make it mute. All right, it might surprise us, but that's okay. Okay. No. I just want my eye to stop watering. Jim Nelgren, if I was Biden, I'd change all the toilets in the White House to be mini flushers. How do you know he didn't, Jim Nelgren? How do you know there isn't just a huge shipment of low-flow toilets headed that way? How do you know? He's got 2 weeks. There's a lot of pranking that could go on between now and then. That would be a great idea. You would put in really feeble. Yeah, just put in those really terrible shower heads. Go to CVS and get a bunch of those shower heads and just replace all of them with that. I think that would be funny. Okay. He turned on a recording app to add an entry to his diary. His voice had the high-pitched rasp of a lifelong smoker. Where to fucking start, he sighed, taking a deep breath. After more than 2 years undercover, he'd been growing rash and impulsive. He had feared someone was in danger and tried to warn him, but it backfired. Williams was sure at least one person knew he was a double agent now, and he said into his phone, "It's only a matter of time before it gets back to the rest." In the daylight, Williams dropped an envelope with no return address in the U.S. Postal Service mailbox. He'd loaded it with a flash drive and a gold Oath Keeper's medallion. It was addressed to me. The documents laid out a remarkable odyssey. Posing as an ideological compatriot, Williams had penetrated the top ranks of 2 of the most prominent right-wing militias in the country. He'd slept in the home of the man who claims to be the new head of the Oath Keepers, rifling through his files in the middle of the night. He devised elaborate ruses to gather evidence of militia's ties to high-ranking law enforcement officials. He'd uncovered secret operations like the surveillance of a young journalist, then improvised ways to sabotage the militant schemes. In one group, his ploys were so successful that he became the militia's top commander in the state of Utah. Now he was a fugitive. He drove south toward a desert 4 hours from the city where he could disappear. Prelude. I'd first heard from Williams 5 months earlier when he sent me an intriguing but mysterious anonymous email. I have been attempting to contact national media and civil rights groups for over a year and been ignored, it read. I'm tired of yelling into the void. He sent it to an array of reporters. I was the only one to respond. I've burned a lot of time sating my curiosity about emails like that. I expected my interest to die after a quick call. Instead, I came to occupy a dizzying position as the only person to know the secret Williams had been harboring for almost 2 years. We spoke a handful of times over encrypted calls before he fled. He'd been galvanized by the January 6, 2021 storming of the Capitol, Williams told me, when militias like the Oath Keepers conspired to violently overturn the 2020 presidential election. He believed democracy was under siege from the groups the FBI said pose a major domestic terrorism threat. So he infiltrated the militia movement on spec, as a freelance vigilante. He did not tell the police or the FBI. A loner, he did not tell his family or friends. Williams seemed consumed with how to ensure that it wasn't all a self-destructive, highly dangerous waste of time. He distrusted law enforcement and didn't want to be an informant, he said. He told me he hoped to damage the movement by someday going public with what he'd learned. The Capitol riot had been nagging at me, too. I'd reported extensively on January 6. I'd sat with families who blamed militias for snatching their loved ones away from them, pulling them into a life of secret meetings and violent plots, or into a jail cell. By the time Williams contacted me, though, the most infamous groups appeared to have largely gone dark. Were militias more enduring, more potent than it seemed? Some of what he told me seemed significant. Still, before the package arrived, I could feel like I was corresponding with a shadow. I knew Williams treated deception as an art form. When you spin a lie, he once told me, you have to have the things they can verify so they won't think to ask any questions. While his stories generally seemed precise and sober, ask questions. While his stories generally seemed precise and sober, always reassuring for a journalist, I needed to proceed with extreme skepticism. So I pored over his files, tens of thousands of them. They included dozens of hours of conversations he'd secretly recorded and years of private militia chat logs and videos. I was able to authenticate those through other sources in and out of the movement. I also talked to dozens of people, from Williams' friends to other members of his militias. I dug into his tumultuous past and discovered records online he hadn't pointed me to that supported his account. The files gave me a unique window, at once expansive and intimate, into one of the most consequential and volatile social movements of our time. Williams penetrated a new generation of paramilitary leaders, which included doctors, career cops, and government attorneys. Sometimes they were frightening, sometimes bumbling, always heavily armed. It was a world where a man would propose assassinating politicians, only to spark a debate about logistics. Federal prosecutors have convicted more than 1,000 people for their role in January 6. Key militia captains were sent to prison for a decade or more. But that did not quash the allure that militias hold for a broad swath of Americans. Because you didn't arrest the planners. That's my commentary. Arrest Mike Flynn, etc. My God. Okay. New President-elect Yump has promised to pardon the Jan 6 rioters when he returns to the White House. Experts warn that such a move could trigger a renaissance for militant extremists, sending them an unprecedented message of protection and support, and making it all the more urgent to understand them. Unless otherwise noted, none of the militia members mentioned in this story responded to requests for comment. Williams is part of a larger Cold War, radical versus radical, that stayed mostly in the shadows. A left-wing activist told me he personally knows about 30 people who've gone undercover in militias or white supremacist groups. They did not coordinate with law enforcement, instead taking the surveillance of one of the most intractable features of American politics into their own hands. Skeptical of authorities, militias have sought to reshape the country through armed action. Williams sought to do it through betrayals and lies, which sat with him uneasily. I couldn't have been as successful at this if I wasn't one of them in some respects, he once told me. I couldn't have done it so long unless they recognized something in me. The struggle. If there is one moment that set Williams on his path into the militia underground, it came roughly a decade before January 6, when he was sent to a medium security prison. He was in his early 30s, drawn to danger and filled with an inner turbulence. Williams grew up in what he described to me, to friends, and in court records as a dysfunctional and unhappy home. He was a gay child in rural America. His father viewed homosexuality as a mortal sin, he said. Williams spent much of his childhood outdoors, bird-watching, camping, and trying to spend as little time as possible at home. John Williams is now his legal name, one he recently acquired. Once he was old enough to move out, Williams continued to go off the grid for weeks at a time. Living in a cave interested him. The jobs he'd found at grocery stores and sandwich shops did not. He told me his young adulthood was a blank space in my life, a stretch of petty crime and falling outs with old friends. He pled guilty to a series of misdemeanors, trespassing, criminal mischief, assault. What landed Williams in prison was how he responded to one of those arrests. He sent disturbing anonymous emails to investigators on the case, threatening their families. Police traced the messages back to him and put him away for 3 years. Williams found time to read widely in prison, natural history books, Bertrand Russell, Cormac McCarthy, and it served as a finishing school for a skill that would be crucial in his undercover years. Surviving prison meant learning how to maneuver around gang leaders and correction officers. He learned how to steer conversations to his own benefit without the other person noticing. When he got out, he had a clear ambition to become a wilderness survival instructor. He used Facebook to advertise guided hikes in Utah's mountains. An old photo captures Williams looking like a lanky camp counselor as he shows students an edible plant. He sports a thick ponytail and cargo pants, painted toenails poking out from his hiking sandals. Many people in Utah turned to wilderness survival after a personal crisis, forming a community of misfits who thrived in environments harsh and remote. Even among them, Williams earned a reputation for putting himself in extreme situations. Not many people are willing to struggle on their own. He takes that struggle to a high degree, one friend told me, admiringly. Williams took up Krav Maga and Muay Thai because he enjoyed fistfights. He once spent 40 days alone in the desert with only a knife, living off chipmunks and currants, by choice, to celebrate a birthday. Williams struggled to get his survival business going. He'd hand out business cards at hobbyist gatherings with promises of adventure, but in practice he was mostly leading seminars in city parks for beer money. He would only take calls in emergencies, another friend recalled, because he wanted to save money on minutes. Then around New Year's in 2019, according to Williams, he received an email from a leader in American Patriots 3%, or AP3. He wanted to hire Williams for a training session. He could pay $1,000. Finally, Williams thought, I'm starting to get some traction. Number 3, the decision. They had agreed there'd be no semi-automatic rifles, Williams told me, so everyone brought a sidearm. Some dozen militiamen had driven into the mountains near Peters Sinks, Utah, one of the coldest places in the contiguous U.S. Initially, they wanted training in evasion and escape, Williams said, but he thought they needed to work up to that. So for 3 days, he taught them the basics of wilderness survival, but with a twist. How to stay alive while trying to stay hidden. He showed them how to build a shelter that would both keep them dry and escape detection. How to make a fire, then how to clean it up so no one could tell it was ever there. As the days wore on, stray comments started to irk him. Once, a man said he'd been, quote, kiked into overpaying for his Ruger handgun. At the end of the training, AP3 leaders handed out matching patches. The ritual reminded Williams of a biker gang. He'd already been to some shorter AP3 events to meet the men and tailor the lesson to his first meaningful client, Williams told me. But spending days in the woods with them felt different. He said he found the experience unpleasant and decided not to work with the group again. This portion of Williams' story, exactly how and why he first became a militia member, is the hardest to verify. By his own account, he kept thoughts and plans entirely to himself. At the time, he was too embarrassed to even tell his friends what happened that weekend, he said. In the survival community, training militias was considered taboo. I couldn't help but wonder if Williams was hiding a less gallant backstory. Maybe he'd joined AP3 out of genuine enthusiasm and then soured on it. Maybe now he was trying to fool me. Indeed, when I called the AP3 leader who set up the training, he disputed Williams' timeline. He remembered Williams staying sporadically but consistently involved after the session in the mountains as a friend of the group who attended 2 or 3 events a year. To further muddy the picture, Williams had warned me the man would say something like that. Williams had worked hard to create the impression that he never left, he said, that he'd just gone inactive for a while, busy with work. Remarkably, the AP3er defended Williams' loyalty each time I asserted he'd secretly tried to undermine the group. He was very well respected, he said. I never questioned his honesty or his intentions. Even Williams' friends told me he was something of a mystery to them. But I found evidence that supports his story where so many loners bear their innermost thoughts, the internet. In 2019 and early 2020, Williams wrote thousands of since-deleted entries in online forums. These posts delivered a snapshot of his worldview in this period, idiosyncratic, erudite, and angry, with little room for moderation. There are occasionally militia types that want these skills to further violent fringe agendas, and I will absolutely not enable them, he wrote in one 2020 entry about wilderness survival. In another, he called AP3 and its allies far-right lunatics. The post didn't prove the details of his account, but here was the Williams I knew, writing under pseudonyms long before we'd met. One day, he'd voice his disdain for Trump voters, neoliberalism, or the capitalist infrastructure. Another, he'd rail against gun control measures as immoral. When Black Lives Matter protests broke out in 2020, Williams wrote that he was gathering medical supplies for local protesters. He sounded at times like a revolutionary crossed with a left-wing liberal arts student. The sole job of a cop is to bully citizens on behalf of the state, he wrote. Violent overthrow of the state is our only viable option. Then came January 6th. As he was watching on TV, he later told me, Williams thought he recognized the patch on a rioter's tactical vest. It looked like the one that AP3 leaders had handed out at the end of his training. Did I teach that guy? He wondered. Why was I so cordial to them all? If they knew I was gay, I'd bet they'd want me dead, and I actually helped them, because I was too selfish to think of anything but my career. Shame quickly turned to anger, he told me, and a desire for revenge. Pundits were saying that democracy itself was in mortal peril. Williams took that notion literally. He assumed countless Americans would respond with aggressive action, he said, and he wanted to be among them. A new world. Williams stood alone in his apartment, watching himself in the mirror. I'm tall. I'm Dave. I'm tall. I'm Dave. He tried to focus on his mannerisms, on the intonation of his voice, whether he was saying the truth or a falsehood, and he wanted to appear exactly the same. Months had passed since the Capitol riot. By all appearances, Williams was now an enthusiastic member of AP3. Because he had already had an in, joining the group was easy, he said. Becoming a self-fashioned spy took some trial and error, however. In the early days, he had posed as a homeless person to surveil militia training facilities, but he decided that was a waste of time. The casual deceit that had served him in prison was proving useful. Deviousness was a skill, and he'd stayed up late working to hone it. He kept a journal with every lie he told so he wouldn't lose track. His syllabus centered on acting exercises and the history of espionage and cults. People like sex cult leader Keith Raniere impressed him the most. He studied biographies to learn how they manipulated people, how they'd use cruelty to wear their followers down into acquiescence. Williams regularly berated the militia's rank and file. He doled out condescending advice about the group's security weaknesses, warning their technical incompetence would make them easy targets for left-wing hackers and government snoops. Orion Rollins, the militia's top leader in Utah, soon messaged Williams to thank him for the guidance. Don't worry about being a dick, he wrote. It's time to learn and become as untraceable as possible. The AP3 messages Williams sent me were so voluminous that I spent an entire month reading them before I noticed this exchange. Williams was entering the militia at a pivotal time. AP3 once had chapters in nearly every state, with a roster likely in the tens of thousands. As authorities cracked down on the movement after January 6, membership was plummeting. Some who stayed on had white nationalist ties. Others were just lonely conservatives who had found purpose in the paramilitary cause. For now, the group's leaders were focused on saving the militia, not taking up arms to fight their enemies. Thanks to Williams' trove and records from several other sources, I was eventually able to write an investigation into AP's resurgence. Oh, that sounds interesting. I'm going to take a drink of coffee. Yeah, I agree. You can apply this article to recent events. It's only going to get worse. Trump and his cronies want to defund the FBI and the ATF. Yep, they do. Hi, Joan. Talks out, stand back, stand. Yeah, right. Joan, welcome. Oh, my goodness. It's so nice that you're here. Hello. Welcome to the lounge. We're so delighted to have you. I know. You're right, Joan. You're right. I feel very nauseous about the present. No, actually. I'm not numb. I'm just kind of like taking in information. You know what I mean? I'm trying to like take in information and learn about certain things that I may not have a working knowledge of. So yeah. You can apply this article to recent events. It's only going to get worse. Yeah, no, I understand. Although I did hear, who's the guy he named for, oh, fuck. I don't remember. John Thune. What the is it Thune? Hi, Val. How are you, darling? Did John Thune, is he the one that's going to take over some agency? No, maybe not. I think they're mad at him. Anyway, some guy was kind of pushing back a little bit on the deportation. Okay. I can't remember which one it was. They all look alike. His entire cabinet looks alike. If you don't count Nosferatu. Nobody looks like Nosferatu. Okay, here we go. Okay, sorry about that. On March 4th, 2021, Williams complained to Rollins that everyone was still ignoring his advice. Williams volunteered to take over as the state's intel officer, responsible for protecting the group from outside scrutiny. My hands are tied, Williams wrote. If I'm not able to take charge, the whole militia might unravel. Rollins gave him the promotion. Thanks, Orion. You've shown good initiative here. Privately, he saw a special advantage to his appointment. If anyone suspected there was a mole in Utah, Williams would be the natural choice to lead the mole hunt. Now he had a leadership role. What he did not yet have was a plan. But how could he decide on goals, he figured, until he knew more about AP3? He would work to gather information and rise through the ranks by being the best militia member he could be. He took note of the job titles of leaders he met, like an Air Force Reserve Master Sergeant, I confirmed this through military records, who recruited other airmen into the movement. Williams attended paramilitary trainings where the group practiced ambushes with improvised explosives and semi-automatic guns. He offered his comrades free lessons in hand-to-hand combat and bonded with them in the backcountry hunting jackrabbits. When the militia joined right-wing rallies for causes like gun rights, they went in tactical gear. Williams attended as their gray man, he said, assigned to blend in with the crowd and call in armed reinforcements if tensions erupted. Since his work was seasonal, Williams could spend as much as 40 hours a week on militia activities. One of his duties as intel officer was to monitor the group's enemies on the left, which could induce vertigo. A militia leader once dispatched him to a Democratic Socialists of America meeting at a local library, he said, where he saw a Proud Boy he recognized from a joint militia training. Was this a closet right-winger keeping tabs on the socialist, or a closet leftist who might dox him or inform the police? He first contacted me in October of 2022. He couldn't see how the movement was changing beyond his corner of Utah. AP3 was reinvigorated by then, I later found, with as many as 50 recruits applying each day. In private chats I reviewed, leaders were debating if they should commit acts of terrorism. At the Texas border, members were rounding up immigrants in armed patrols. But Williams didn't know all that yet. On our first call, he launched into a litany of minutiae. Names, logistical details, allegations of minor players committing petty crimes. You could tell I wasn't sure what it all amounted to. Williams feared that if anything, he'd helped AP3, not damaged it. Then, in early November, Rollins told him to contact a retired detective named Bobby Kinch. The detective and the sheriff. Williams turned on a recording device and dialed. Kinch picked up after one ring. "What's going on?" he bellowed. "How you doing, man?" "I don't know if you remember me," Kinch continued, but they'd met years before. Oh, back in the day," Williams said, stuttering for a second. He knew Kinch was expecting the call, but was confused by the warm reception. Maybe Kinch was at the training in 2019. "Well, I'm the sitting current national director of the Oath Keepers now." The militia's eye-patched founder, Stuart Rhodes, was in jail amid his trial for conspiring to overthrow the government on January 6. Kinch said he was serving on the group's national board when his predecessor was arrested. Rhodes had called from jail to say, "Don't worry about me. This is God's way." He goes, "But I want you to save the organization." Kinch explained that Rollins, who'd recently defected to the Oath Keepers, had been singing Williams' praises. Bound by shared ideology, militias are more porous than outsiders would think. Members often cycle between groups like square dance partners. "I imagine your plate is full with all the crazy stuff going on in the world, but I'd love to sit down." Yeah, Williams said. AP3 and Oath Keeper should definitely be working together. He proposed forming a joint reconnaissance team so that their two militias could collaborate on intelligence operations. Kinch lit up. "I'm a career cop," he said. "I did a lot of covert stuff, surveillance." Jim was right. By the time they'd hung up 45 minutes later, Kinch had invited Williams to come stay at his home. Williams felt impressed with himself. The head of the most infamous militia in America was treating him like an old friend. To me, Williams sounded like a different person on the call, with the same voice but a brand new personality. It was the first recording that I listened to, and the first time I became certain the most important part of his story was true. To authenticate the record, I independently confirmed non-public details Kinch discussed on the tape, a process I repeated again and again with other files. Soon, I had proof of what would otherwise seem outlandish. Williams' access was just as deep as he claimed. I could see why people would be eager to follow Kinch. Even when he sermonized on the global elitist cabal, he spoke with an affable passion of a beloved high school teacher. I'd long been fascinated by the prevalence of cops on militia rosters, so I started examining his backstory. Kinch grew up in upstate New York, the son of a World War II veteran who had him at about 50. When Kinch was young, he confided in a later recording that he was a wheelman, slang for a getaway driver. "I ran from the cops so many fucking times," he said. "But at the end of the day, I got away. I never got caught." Hi, Peace Love. How are you? Good to see you, dear. Val's in a van. The van will be in your driveway. That's okay. She's already. I don't have a driveway, but I'll figure out where to put her if she comes here. Val's always got a place with me. All right, let's see. He moved to Las Vegas and at the age of 25 became an officer in the Metro Police. Kinch came to serve in elite detective units over 23 years in the force, hunting fugitives and helping take down gangs like the Playboy Bloods. Eventually, he was assigned to what he called the Black Squad, according to court records, tasked with investigating violent crimes where the suspect was African American. A Las Vegas police spokesperson told me they stopped, quote, dividing squads by a suspect's race a year before Kinch retired. Oh, well. Oh, we're so far behind. Okay. Then around Christmas in 2013, Kinch's career began to self-destruct. In a series of Facebook posts, he said that he would welcome a race war. "Bring it," he wrote. "I'm about as fed up as a man, American, Christian, white, heterosexual can get." An ensuing investigation prompted the department to tell the Secret Service that Kinch could be a threat to the president, according to the Las Vegas Sun. The Secret Service interviewed him and determined he was not a threat to President Barack Obama, the outlet reported. Kinch told the paper he was not a racist and that he was being targeted by colleagues with an axe to grind. In 2016, he turned in his badge, a year after the saga broke in the local press. Kinch moved to southern Utah and found a job hawking hunting gear at a sportsman's warehouse. But he had this urge, he later said on a right-wing podcast, like I wasn't done yet. So he joined the Oath Keepers. "When people tell me that violence doesn't solve anything, I look back over my police career," he once advised his followers. "And I'm like, wow, that's interesting, because violence did solve quite a bit. Kinch added Williams to an encrypted signal channel where the Utah Oath Keepers coordinated their intel work. 2 weeks later, on November 30th, 2022, Williams received a cryptic message from David Coates, one of Kinch's top deputies. Coates was an elder statesman of sorts in the Oath Keepers, a 73-year-old Vietnam veteran with a Hulk Hogan mustache. There had been a break-in at the Utah Attorney General's office, he reported to the group, and for some unspoken reason, the Oath Keepers seemed to think that this was of direct relevance to them. Coates promised to find out more about the burglary. The sheriff should have some answers to my inquiries today or tomorrow. That last line would come to obsess Williams. He sent a long, made-up note about his own experiences collaborating with law enforcement officials. I'm curious, how responsive is the sheriff to your inquiries, or do you have a source you work with? The sheriff has become a personal friend who hosted my FBI interview, Coates responded. He opens a lot of doors. Coates had been in D.C. on January 6, he told Williams. It makes sense if that had piqued the FBI's interest. To Williams, it hinted at a more menacing scenario, at secret ties between those who threaten the rule of law and those duty-bound to enforce it. He desperately wanted more details, more context, the sheriff's name, but he didn't want to push too much, too fast. The hunting of man. A forest engulfed Kinch's house on all sides. He lived in a $500,000 cabin in summer home country up 8,000 feet in the mountains outside Zion National Park. William stood in the kitchen on a mid-December Saturday morning. William had recently made a secret purchase of a small black device off Amazon. It looked like a USB drive. The on-off switch and microphone holes were revealed what it really was, a bug. As the two men chatted over cups of cannoli-flavored coffee, Williams didn't notice when Kinch's dog snatched the bug from his bag. The night before, Williams had slept in the guest room. The house was cluttered with semi-automatic rifles. He had risked photographing 3 plaques on the walls inscribed with the same Ernest Hemingway line, "There is no hunting like the hunting of man," they read. Those who have hunted armed men long enough and liked it never really care for anything else. They spotted the dog at the same time. The bug was attached to a charging device. The animal was running around with it like it was a tennis ball. As Kinch went to retrieve it, Williams felt panic grip in his chest. Could anyone talk their way out of this? He'd learned enough about Kinch to be terrified of his rage. Looking around, Williams eyed his host's handgun on the kitchen counter. If he even starts to examine it, I'll grab the gun, he thought. Then I'll shoot him and flee into the woods. Kinch took the bug from the dog's mouth. Then he handed it right to Williams and started to apologize. Don't worry about it, Williams said. He's a puppy. On their way out the door, oh, Badger, did you send gibberish? I'm doing good. We've warmed up to 17 degrees. Oh my goodness. Peace, love. Hey, that's another reminder. If you're in an area where you've got really bitter cold, I hope you're safe. And I hope you're able to access whatever services you need. Oh, it's heartbreaking, all the cold that's sweeping through a huge part of the country. So definitely thinking of folks. Let me just take a drink of coffee. Well, I guess not much is happening at the old Congress. Ye old Congress is just hanging in there. Actually, I should probably check. Hold on. Let me go ahead and check and just make sure. I just want to make sure. There's nothing happening. I don't want my friends to miss anything. Don't miss a thing. Don't miss a thing. No. No, we are right where we need to be. That's right. We're the hot kids on the hot line. We are used to it here, actually. It isn't as cold as it normally is during. Oh, that's interesting. We need to stay until 10:45. We will. No worries. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here off and on if we have to be. High of 21 degrees, but 17 is burr. I do understand, though, having lived in, like, cold places, I understand that when it gets over 0, it can feel really warm. We are warming by the Lolo fire. You can take HOTTOGO. You can take us hot to go. HOTTOGO. You. I love that song. I mean, who doesn't? How can you not like a little Chapel Rowan? Come on now. Get with it. I know. H-O-T. I was thinking of the Messy song. I'm messy. I wasn't thinking it. I was living it. Okay, anyway, God dang it. I love that. I love you, Pepper, so much. You can take us hot to go. That's such a good song. That's a bop. On their way. I'll check CBC. They'll probably lead. Oh, actually, that's a good one. Hold on. I'm so sorry, you guys. I should have found that too. I'm just so US centric. I'm so sorry. What about Canada? Let's see. Actually, we'll take a little break. Oh, at 10:45. Oh, East? That's 7:45 here. Fuck time is it? Oh, okay, we'll stick with this for a minute. Uh-oh.
Kind of
you can't
crisis
hear
point,
it.
I guess,
Dang it.
after sort of, kind of
Dummy.
building problems for the Prime Minister over the last 6 months was Chrystia Freeland's resignation on the day of the fall economic statement 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago now. I think that really kind of precipitated the moment that we're at right now that made
Canada.
his
That's my
position
search
completely
term.
untenable.
Trump appealed his sentencing. It's in your... Oh, thanks,
he
Teresa.
obviously didn't resign right there and then. And I think, up until maybe even this weekend, it was possible to wonder whether he was going to
see if I can fix this.
try to stick
Then
this
Teresa,
out
I'm
even
gonna go to the
further,
DMs.
given his, I don't know whether you want to call it stubbornness or willingness to sort of soldier on. But the moves by Liberal MPs over the Christmas break, you saw different regional caucuses, the Ontario caucus, the Quebec caucus, the Atlantic caucus, writing to the Prime Minister to say that they believed he should resign and there should be a new leader in place. I think that really, pushed this to a point where there really was no path forward for Justin Trudeau. He may have been able to hang on for as long as he could because caucus wasn't willing to force the issue. But once caucus had come out and basically said, we don't support you, at that point it becomes very hard for a leader or a prime minister to carry on.
As I was rereading parts of your book and other things yesterday, I was thinking back to when Justin Trudeau decided he wanted to be a Liberal leader, because it kind of came up a number of times, and it was finally in 2012 that he launched that bid. Remind us how remarkable that he went from being, the son of a prime minister to becoming the Liberal leader and then winning a huge majority in 2015.
The Quebec caucus story was a fake?
Justin Trudeau at that point in 2012 is a really
CBC.
kind of interesting
CBC weird?
figure, because
I know that's the Canadian
obviously he's the most
broadcasting,
famous member of what was at that point a pretty small Liberal caucus, having, being the son of a prime minister, a former prime minister, and being the son of a prime minister, Pierre Trudeau, who is spoken of in either mythic terms for good or bad, I guess. One of the most celebrated prime ministers in Canadian history, one way or another. And Justin Trudeau was obviously a figure of curiosity, for the party going back years. But he had just been an MP, first elected in 2008. He wasn't coming to the job.
The Quebec caucus chief denied the whole thing, and I believe him before I believe
or business. He hadn't
global
been a cabinet
news.
Minister.
Use of woke as a pejorative. I know it does, Paul
There were lots of reasons
Langan.
to both see huge potential in his political candidacy
the dumb
and to
shits
doubt
really
whether
took
he
hold.
was serious.
The dumb, mean
and in many
assholes.
corners, you know, I would say that doubts about his seriousness
no problem,
lingered
Neil.
for a long time.
Never have.
But
always interrupt
you know,
me.
you really do have to go
Please, I
back and remember
appreciate
that
it.
this party in 2012 was, you know, there were questions about whether it needed to exist, whether it could exist, whether it should exist. It had been the most dominant political party in Canada of the 20th century, but it had suffered, you know, repeated election setbacks.
They need him gone because he's just too cute.
There were talk, you know, the NDP had moved into second place, was formed the official opposition. There was, you know, questions about whether the Liberals and the NDP, you know, should join forces, whether the NDP had permanently replaced the Liberal Party as the party of the left. And Justin Trudeau, after, you know, in some ways, you know, struggling himself as Liberal leader, you know, brought the Liberal Party back to power, brought the Liberal Party back to a majority, and really revived the party and its reason for being within the course of about 3 years.
Oh, butterflies.
You know, some of the irony of this now is that if you look at the polls now, the party is back to where it was in 2012. But that doesn't quite change the fact that for more than a decade now, Justin Trudeau has led a government and revived a party that, in many ways, people thought was perhaps in the past.
Yeah, just to remind people, in 2015, he gained, I think it was 150 seats. It was the party's second best performance in history. And nothing topped that win in 2015. The party lost seats from then on, but you're quite right to say that it was a dramatic change in the political landscape. And in order to for the Liberal Party to continue, many of his own caucus members believe that this is the important next step that has to happen for Justin Trudeau to leave. Aaron, I'm going to leave you there just for a moment if I can. We're about 10 minutes away from the Prime Minister coming out to speak to Canadians and delivering the news that, yes, he will step aside as Liberal leader and that the House of Commons, Parliament rather, is prorogued until March 24th, giving the Liberal Party some time to get a leadership race up and running. But this decision comes after weeks and months of pressure from members of his own caucus for the Prime Minister to reach this decision. One of those people who was one of the first people to talk about that, British Columbia Liberal MP Ken Hardy joins me now. Ken Hardy, nice to see you, sir. Thanks for making some time. Wondering how what you're thinking, knowing that the Prime Minister is making this decision and will announce it in less than 10 minutes' time.
Well, I think I have to mirror what my colleague Rob Oliphant was saying. You know, we owe a lot to this Prime Minister because he's seen Canada through some tremendously difficult times. You know, it'll be a bit, to use a Brazilian term, saudades, to see him out in front of the cottage this morning. When he was there so many times during the pandemic to reassure Canadians, to let them know that government was taking some pretty, you know, tough decisions to keep people safe, and we succeeded in that and many other ways.
What's
you are not going to run again?
What's he like,
Mr. Hardy? But do you
what do you guys think about
a new leader, a different person, will improve the Liberal Party's fortunes in a way that Mr. Trudeau cannot?
Good morning, Jane.
Yes, I do, for a couple of reasons. In October, when this whole issue first broke a lot more publicly, because it has been going on for a couple of years, in fact, but the polls showed a bump because there was some speculation that the Prime Minister might resign at that point. The second thing is that Mr. Poilievre is already in negative territory in public approval, and we know that the more people get to know him, the more they really have serious reservations about him. So, you know, new leadership and some new direction, more responsive
Yeah, well, don't underestimate disinformation, sir.
I think can make a significant change for us.
I'll just tell people, Mr. Hardy, that on the right of their screen, they are seeing what is probably, as you said, a very familiar shot for Canadians. That is outside of Rideau Cottage, where the Prime Minister lives with his children, and it is indeed where he, every day, during the pandemic, almost every day, I would say every day, came out to address Canadians, update Canadians on measures the government was taking during the pandemic, and to reassure Canadians. Today, a different message entirely, but also perhaps some words of reassurance about the path forward for the government and the path forward for the country as it faces down Donald Trump in about 2 weeks' time.
Oh, because disinformation. Like, disinformation
it took a long time,
is
as you say, for the
what
Prime Minister
is
to get
beating
to
Justin
this point.
Trudeau.
And everyone seemed to want to give him the space.
We still are acting
over
like
the
it's all
holidays to
politics.
reflect. Did it happen too late? Is this still going to be very hard for the next leader to get a leadership race in place, to address Donald Trump? Is this happening too late?
Well, first and foremost, government continues to work, and I think you've made that point this morning, Rosemary.
We have a lot to read today,
it's
Paul
like the old
Langan.
thing about apple trees. The best time to plant an apple tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is right now. So, is it too late? Well, time will only tell, but it's happening now, and we have to work on that basis.
Just maybe a last word for you, Mr. Hardy, because you were one of the people that did push Mr. Trudeau to this point. You still feel that was the right decision. There's no hard feelings on your part.
Oh, none whatsoever. Canada owes Mr. Trudeau a lot, considering what he's had to deal with and the way he's handled it. He came in with a vision that the country really embraced, but, times change. The country
you
is
guys
not,
can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that Justin's been one of your best prime ministers. Am I wrong about that?
Really reflect what the country's mood is.
Oh, the CBC reporter Rosemary Barton is a hack.
Challenged by caucus.
Well, I'm hearing that.
Okay, Ken Hardy, thank you for making the time. I'm sure we or David will speak to you again later today. Thank you so much, sir.
No, we can find space though,
looking there at your
where we don't have to
right
talk to each other, talk to anyone. SB, we can move up there and just find a spot.
And that is where the Prime Minister will appear in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it is. No, it's not you, Pepper.
Us about his decisions
there's nothing but vague talk around this, like, why is Justin resigning? Why'd Christia resign?
Change pretty dramatically over the next number of weeks and months. I'll bring back David Cochran, the host of Power and Politics, who's been obviously part of our coverage all morning. David, we've heard a couple of people now, so a couple of the caucus members who were wanting and hoping for this to happen. Definitely a sense of relief and also appreciation for the work of the Prime Minister. And in some ways, I do think that certainly there will be criticism around the timing and some of the other things Justin Trudeau's done. But what he may also do today, in some ways, David, is protect some of his legacy as Prime Minister and a Liberal Party leader by leaving, perhaps not as quickly as some wanted, but with some grace and a decision.
Not as quickly as you wanted, sweetie. Sweetie cheeks.
Yeah, and the policy legacy, that's really going to be put to the test in the election, right? And quite frankly, Rosie, probably also in the leadership. I mean, is everybody who runs to be Liberal leader going to support the carbon tax? I think that's unlikely. And you've already heard Mark Carney give a speech to Canada 2020 last year in Toronto, I believe, where he says that he feels the carbon tax has served its purpose, but maybe now there's a way to look at another way of attacking that problem. So I'm very curious to hear what the Prime Minister has to say about this. Appropriately, perhaps, he's doing it, with that backdrop of Rideau Cottage behind him, Rosemary, where I have some deja vu of you and I waiting for him to come out during most of 2020 to say how the government was responding to the COVID pandemic in terms of vaccine procurement and the hunt for supplies and the economic supports that they would be bringing out for businesses and individuals across the country. He is perhaps the most visible and viewed Prime Minister in the history of the country because of the daily intensity of those appearances and just this being the social media age and sort of a really a location that defined the agenda.
Yeah, she's not making that very
after
hidden.
The 2019 election.
The entire world has a fucking carbon tax.
His soon-to-be-announced departure as Liberal leader and as Prime Minister. So thematically, it's certainly very fitting.
That's great, Neil. I'd still love for Justin to step out in front of Rideau Cottage and say, "Here's the report on Polyev." It's Polyev. God, I'm saying that wrong all the time. Polyev's foreign entanglements, and I'm not going anywhere. Wouldn't that be great?
With a different leader, might have been fatal to that candidate, and then an increased minority in 2021.
God, this sticks up the asses of some people in this world. This guy has the biggest stick up his ass. I can't even take it.
They were on the cusp of
I can feel it from
winning a
here.
second majority in 3 years. But sort of since then, their agenda has been in many ways driven by the NDP.
Oh my God. Really, Paul Langan? I'm so done with like the, oh, we're being really nice. Polyev. Okay, I'll say that. Polyev.
Also kind of giving them a focus on policies such as dental
Paula
care and
Max, good morning, Max Flower. How are you, darling? Oh my gosh, there you are.
With Jagmeet Singh
I didn't even see you come in. I'm so sorry.
It's going to be
too
interesting to see what he
fucking
says in
high
terms
right
of the
now.
timing.
I watched Zelensky's 1-hour interview with that Friedman guy, and it was a masterclass, very informative on where global politics. Interesting.
Respond to that timing, because as we've
that's
been
not
talking about,
that's not a glow stick up my ass. Carla, good morning.
Build a credible pitch to be the prime
Polytest.
And there is a long runway available
who did you say? Polydent.
Who comes into this job to replace Justin Trudeau as he announces his departure on the 6th of January.
And if you know that the party is probably not going to win the next election, because that's certainly what the polls are suggesting now, does that also factor into people who want this job? Or do they decide to sit this one out as the party rebuilds? Because certainly that also happened before Justin Trudeau.
No certification today?
To take
really?
On the job, unsuccessfully until he took it over in 2013 and then led to that breakthrough win in 2015. But you're quite right. This is a familiar sight for many Canadians here, Rideau Cottage, where the Prime Minister lives, just behind Rideau Hall, where the Governor General lives, and where he was earlier today, talking to the Governor General about this request for prorogation that was granted until March 24th. The pandemic, certainly one of the biggest challenges that faced Justin Trudeau through his 9 years as Prime Minister, where he had to make really huge decisions that affected Canadians deeply throughout the pandemic. Sometimes the right decisions for Canadians, and other times Canadians had some problems.
Honey,
with,
you're a news person.
Some of those decisions.
Is that a fact or a feeling?
Mandates,
fact
for
or
instance,
feeling?
Something
fact
that
or feeling?
To be a problem for the government.
Fact or feeling?
Going
That's
forward.
weird.
But
What a fucking weird thing. It's like God saying, "This is all I can do right now. I can't actually smite people, so I'm just going to shut her down."
To find out how the government was going to respond.
I still don't
to
believe
an
in God, but whatever.
Moment in this country's history with COVID-19. Just one of the things that challenged Justin Trudeau as Prime Minister, and there are lots of others, challenges, controversies, and as David points out, major policy moves, including $10 a day daycare, the Canada Child Benefit, legalizing cannabis, Senate reform, whether you like it or not, and of course renegotiating the new NAFTA with Donald Trump. Part of that, of course, done with the help of Chrystia Freeland, who's no longer part of cabinet now. We are expecting the Prime Minister to come out any moment. I'll bring in Aaron Wherry here, and Aaron, I will cut you off if he comes out, as you know how it goes. What are you reflecting on as we wait for Justin Trudeau?
I think you guys are right that the setting is interesting and a reminder of that time during COVID, when I think Justin Trudeau became, in a way, you know, for maybe the first prime minister since King to really kind of be a wartime prime minister in a way, having to lead the country.
$10 a day for childcare? Really?
And
that's fucking amazing
for the nation for several years, really.
Wow.
And it was, I think, also sort of the last.
I wasn't going to watch it, but holy shit, it was basically
Canadians
Zelensky
really
talking to Putin through Friedman,
Trudeau,
and boy did he get his message through. We should watch that.
Pandemic.
We should watch
you can
it.
point out that there was a rally around the flag effect.
Lex is a Russian tool. Yeah. Hi, Kathy. How are you? Oh, I know dental care. Jesus.
Initially in the pandemic.
I watched Adam M. segment on Z and dude. Okay.
With the rollout of vaccines after
Okay, we have a couple things. We've got Ivan Raiklin speaking at the Gateway Pundit Conference.
I think sort of the start of the end.
And then I want to watch Justin. So we'll do that, and then we're going to go to.
It seems like
we're going to find the Zelensky clip.
During the pandemic of,
we've got a lot. Don't go anywhere.
Sort of this kind of,
if it's a snow day, strap in. We're just going to read shit all day.
Lessons and putting into action the things we'd learned about society
They're
and government.
They're just horrible people butterflies.
That sort of moment never came. It ended really with the Freedom Convoy
the whole
in Ottawa.
Ecosystem
the divisive
is just
debates over
sick
vaccine
and
mandates.
Twisted.
And
selfish
the backlash to the prime minister that we saw, in those flags that were waved during the Freedom Convoy, and that sort of have become kind of emblematic of the end of the Trudeau era. And then you saw, coming out of that,
that's pretty significant,
really sour,
Neil.
I think some of
It's
that
a
has
fog
to be
day.
attributed to
That's
the trauma
nice,
of the
Paul.
pandemic. A lot of it has to be attributed to inflation in a way that we
we
people
have the
hadn't
sun out,
experienced
but
in
I
a
have my
generation.
blackout curtains up, so I can
Rising
just
house
pretend
prices,
we
rising
don't.
interest rates, the continuation of the opioid epidemic. The coming out of that pandemic has proved to sort of
That's
be the
really
point
interesting.
where Trudeau, I think, lost his hold on the country, and where the country started looking for somebody different.
Oh my God! Your inflation is around 2.5%. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm so sick of this fucking disinformation,
and believe that he
and I'm so sick of it never being the lead. I'm so sick of it.
The odds.
Sounds so familiar. Having JT step aside and then vacuum. What I feel about JT if he leaves is that he made cabinet 50-50 women and men. The ministers, MPs who backstabbed him were all women. Wilson, Ribaude, Philpott, Freeland, and others. That's so interesting. I really wondered why Freeland did that at the time that she did. How can that look good on her? I don't know.
As a result of this Liberal leadership,
isn't that weird? I don't know. People are weird. That's what I'm gonna. That's what my show's actually called.
Conservative Party support in the polls.
Welcome to Lolo's. People are
based
weird.
On how much people are tired of Justin Trudeau.
I don't know what to say anymore.
A Liberal Party. That,
I'm gonna go move to a mountaintop,
different, but doesn't
and I'm just gonna stay there.
If there's a different
I'll
person
just
in charge of that
stream,
party, do people
but I'm
react to it
gonna
differently? We'll see.
remove myself from society.
I think the way Justin Trudeau has kind of come
in
to
the
this
traditional
end
sense. I want to be with nature.
Fittingly dramatic and somewhat messy, and now it's going to be.
I'm going to marry myself.
Frenetic couple of months as. First the Liberal Party.
Since no one will have me, I will marry myself.
Let's not forget Justin Trudeau is going to remain as Prime Minister and will be Prime Minister on the day.
Yeah, we can definitely watch after JT. Hell yeah.
That will be the other thing that he, in his final days in office.
I'm strange, but I'm not weird like JD.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider there for sure. I was also.
I don't know, Badger. I'm
said,
sorry.
At how the pandemic.
I'm just waiting for Trudeau to get his sexy fucking ass out there.
The other piece of that, which was
bring me some daddy.
Measures Act.
I want some daddy Justin.
Fed into a lot of anger towards Justin Trudeau, and I think it's a very.
I need him to
fair
come up
question
to that microphone.
Whether, Liberal Party fortunes improve
and let me know
in
what's
any dramatic
happening.
way once Justin Trudeau is gone, given the party will have been in power for a decade, and that is sort of the life course of a government and of a party in this country. So whoever the next leader is going to be has some real significant challenges. And again, that could shape who indeed enters the leadership race. Fittingly, the Prime Minister is late.
What?
This has not changed. He will emerge shortly, though, I'm
what
sure,
a
from his
cunt,
home.
Man.
To speak
What's
to
up
Canadians,
your ass,
again,
honey?
for the first
What's
time
the problem?
Since things have really,
Jesus Christ.
Let's be honest, gone badly over the past number
what
of weeks.
What are you
since
fucking talking about?
Quit
woman?
her job as Finance Minister and Deputy
Holy
Prime Minister
shit.
Because the Prime Minister told her he was going to move her to a different role. And he was going to have a different kind of cabinet entirely.
I know. How are you? I want to call you No, because your name used to be No Diggity, and now it's New Diggity. And but I still want to call you No.
On the very day she was
Gullible Russian puppets believe anything. Well, and Slava Ukraine.
Put in place
and not only that, baby, but they also
couple of weeks, he has been spending time with his family.
So chaos on purpose. Is this the Fox News of Canada? I don't think so. I think CTV is, right? Canadians? Where's my Canadians at? Where's my Canadians at? Okay, thanks.
Questions to an English, to an
Because to me, you're always No.
So I won't get my year-end interview.
To me, you'll always be
No
diggity,
either, David,
no doubt.
But I would imagine that this is
come on, drag your sexy ass out here, Mister, and resign.
He can be
or not resign.
An emotional person.
That's what we want you to do. We want you to do the ultimate boss move.
How much time he's had to reflect
yes,
on
Global
this.
and CTV are a toss-up for the Fox News of the North. Okay, thank you, Neil.
Here, but,
reporting from Montreal.
Is, even if
reporting from Quebec. YouTube will not allow
fun
criticism of Rosie. That's interesting.
I don't imagine any part of this is easy.
Well, I mean, there's just two lumps of vanilla pudding sitting there, so I don't really understand. Oh, this is CBC. This is roughly equal to PBS. That's what I thought. It's the Canadian state, whatever. Kind of, sort of, maybe.
I don't want to say it's completely
government
their choosing,
funded.
It's not completely their choosing, but it's a better departure.
Did y'all see that Canadian gal rip dump a few new holes? Which one, Paul J?
What it is, and
yes,
and
public
broadcasting,
casting,
which is where this ship was going. You look at the Langley Cloverdale by-election, which they lost by 50 points.
Yeah, like BBC.
They had held and won in 2 of the last 3 elections.
Thank you,
Elmwood, Transcona, which is a Winnipeg seat that the NDP won,
makes
and the
me
NDP
so
held,
happy.
but the Liberals
Thank
got 4% in an urban riding while in government, which is a bad number. And then you, of course, have the Trump
Elizabeth May, Paul J is referring to. Elizabeth May.
Seats held by cabinet ministers, safe Liberal seats, no longer held by cabinet ministers, no longer held by Liberals.
Oh my God! Come on, Justin.
So
we have other clips we have to watch.
Opinion polling, which can be fickle and volatile.
You're jamming my signal, Justin.
Results. And then you've got the suddenly.
Oh wait, is that a light?
Is
somebody coming?
Oh
no, it's just the wind.
And inside
she told him basically that she would call Oregon and she would take California, Oregon, and Washington. Well, that's fine.
As Liberal leader to give them a chance to fight back as best they can against Pierre
She's
Poilievre
negotiating which states.
Or others just
used to be the Green Party. People respect her. No one votes for her. Oh, that's too bad.
And how many more of those are there? And how many more?
Oh, you know what? I have something I need to say. Hold on.
There is a real scenario where he chooses to stay on, and a bunch of.
So I just want to say something. You know, one of the things I really try to be is someone that can really be open to more information, you know? And I also want to say that, you know, for all my rantings about the people who didn't vote or who voted third party, for all my rantings about them and my frustration over the outcome of this election, I just want to say I believe we have a lot more in common than what keeps us apart. And I believe truly I have respect for that part of the left wing, if you will, in terms of what they want for people in the world. You know, I want those same things. We may not agree on how to get there, but I know that I hope that it's clear that my outcomes and my goals are to bring those to fruition. And I'm always open to negotiating and compromise, although that's not my place. I'm not in charge of anything, but you know, so I just want to acknowledge that I had some kind of, you know, I really reflected on that a lot. And I just want to say that I'm not, I don't think there's much that keeps us apart. I think it's just more about how we get there. And I understand that we have disagreements about that, but I think that's a place where there's ability to compromise and ability to figure out what the best path is and to be open. So anyway, I don't know. It just really struck me yesterday, and it was sitting with me, and I thought I wanted to say it on air. On air. Come on, Justin. I got shit. I got fucking clips lined up. I got a traffic jam of clips, bitch. Where's baby? Where is baby? Butterflies, that's a really good question. Where is baby? Is she okay? I also know she might be working. She makes me feel better. Yeah. Probably, but JT grew up son of Pierre Trudeau. JT knows, oh my gosh, that light. JT knows, wait, makes me feel better. A beginner's mind is characterized by willingness to learn, explore, embrace new possibilities without preconceived notions. Yeah, boy, I really, you know, I know that I can be a bitch. Oh my goodness gracious. I can be a stubborn ass motherfucking bitch. But I do really push myself. And sometimes there's moments where it's more clear than others, right? You know, so anyway, I don't know. I'm still very committed to my views. Believe me, that doesn't mean that I'm not still a stubborn bitch. But I just, you know, it just really it's clear to me that there's more shared than there is that keeps us all apart. So I don't know. I hope we can take the temperature down and reach out to one another instead of pushing each other away. That's all I can say about that. Beginners are more likely to be present in the moment, actively engaging with the task at hand rather than dwelling on past experiences or future outcomes. That seems like and I think, I've read a little bit about beginner's mind. That's a really tough place to be. That's a very tough place to be. Rosie probably has a table reserved for noon at the Metropolitan Brasserie where all the politicals go in Ottawa and doesn't want to lose it. Neil. Oh man, I think I've been to Ottawa once. It's a nice place. All right, come on guys. Guys. The goal of a beginner's mind is to temporarily let go of any learned ideas and concepts about the world so that you can approach a situation from a new perspective. I love that. I just fucking love that. Yeah, and that's one concept too. I used to when I was trying to stop drinking, I read a lot of Pema Chodron, who is a Buddhist nun, American. I think she's up in the Northeast or something like that. I think she's still, I hope nothing happened to her, except they will turn to violence. Yeah. Ottawa is underrated. I like Ottawa. That was beautiful. Oh.
Every morning I've woken up as Prime Minister. I've been inspired by the resilience, the generosity, and the determination of Canadians. It is the driving force of every single day I have the privilege of serving in this office. That is why, since 2015, I've fought for this country, for you, to strengthen and grow the middle class. Why we rallied to support each other through the pandemic, to advance reconciliation, to defend free trade on this continent, to stand strong with Ukraine and our democracy, and to fight climate change and get our economy ready for the future. We are at a critical moment in the world. Mes chers Canadiens, à chaque matin, je me suis réveillé.
Each and every morning, I woke up as Prime Minister, inspired by the resilience,
they can't let the French
and determination that characterizes us so well as Canadians. This is what motivates me each and every day that I've had the privilege of serving as Prime Minister. This is why, since 2015, I have fought for this country and for you, to strengthen the middle class. We have mobilized as Canadians to support each other during the pandemic in order to advance reconciliation, in order to defend free trade on our continent, for our support of Ukraine and democracy, and to fight against climate change and to prepare the economy for the future. We are going through a critical time.
My friends, as you all know, I'm a fighter. Every bone in my body has always told me to fight because I care deeply about Canadians, I care deeply about this country, and I will always be motivated by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And the fact is, despite best efforts to work through it, Parliament has been paralyzed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of Parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until March 24th. Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect and have had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as prime minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night, I asked the president of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election. Mes chers amis, comme vous savez,
Dear
je suis un
friends,
fighter.
as you know, I
Dans
am
mon
a
fort
fighter.
intérieur, je me suis toujours battu parce que je me soucie
Deep inside, I've always fought because I care deeply about Canadians.
toujours motivé.
And I will always be motivated by what is in the best interest of
I
Canadians.
know. I'm very interested
The
to.
fact is that despite
So, if
all
the
efforts
Canadians in the chat have any
get
comments
through,
on
this time, Parliament has been paralyzed for
any comment on replacements and what are the names? Are there names that we should be watching out for? Forgive me if you mentioned those earlier, but I wonder about what are the names from the Canadian side that we should be looking out for. That'll be interesting. We'll be following that. He's a good man with good men in politics. Yeah, yeah, you know, and he's been there for a while. It's just such a tenuous time, you know, like it's also very delicate.
With regards to our future.
They already forced Sean Fraser out. Other than that, other than the PP asshat. Yeah, exactly. No, for the Liberal side. For the party leader, Val. I was wondering who would take over as party leader.
I told my kids.
Yeah, he's better than Polyev. Yeah,
What I am
I always call him
telling you today.
Poliver. I don't know why. I have to
resign
really get used to that. Polyev.
As leader
Polyev.
of the Liberal Party of Canada and
Yeah.
as Prime Minister. After, the
Yeah.
party will have selected its next leader after a rigorous,
Anyway.
competitive, and national
Next, we're going to
process.
just catch a couple of speakers
Last
at
night,
the January
I asked the
6th pardon
president of the
press
Liberal
conference.
Party
Thanks
to
to
begin this
Oomph,
process.
who sent me
Our country
updates
deserves a
on
real
stuff that's
choice
happening over there. So we're
during the
going to
next
go over
election.
there
And it's become
after
obvious for
this.
me that if I have to
Yeah, it's pretty
fight
clear
internal
that Polyev
battles,
is not a good
I
guy.
cannot be the best
Yeah,
choice.
shit. Badger's like a pile of shit
The
is
Liberal
literally
Party
better
of
than any
Canada
conservative in Canada.
is an important institution in the history
Was
of our
Fraser
great
pushed?
country
I
and our
heard he left
democracy.
to lead the Nova
A new
Scotia Liberals.
Prime Minister and
Interesting.
leader of the party
Interesting, because
will
didn't
carry
Nova
forth
Scotia
the
did
ideas
Nova
and the
Scotia
values
have
of the
a
Liberal Party during the next election.
there was
I'm
low
looking
energy
forward
Ivan. Now there's low
to watching
energy
this
Patrick
process
Byrne,
unfold over
right?
the following months.
Now-
We were elected
Jinx.
in 2021 for a third
yeah,
mandate
so,
to reinforce the economy after the pandemic. and to advance
didn't
the
Nova
interests
Scotia
of
just have
Canada
a did
in
they
complex world.
did they vote liberal in their
is exactly
minister?
what I will
I don't know,
continue
whatever
to
that
do.
last vote was. Were
And
they
what
part
we
of that,
will
or was
continue
that
to
just
do
like Newfoundland or something like that?
Canadians.
The Liberal Party
What
of
was up
Canada
there?
is an important institution
Wasn't there
in the history
something?
of our great country
Did they
and
swing
democracy.
liberal or did they swing
Prime Minister and
conservative?
leader of
Before
the Liberal
that, they
Party
wanted
will
all vets
carry
and J6ers
its
to come on stage and
values
sing the
and
anthem,
ideals
but they had no
into that next
flag.
election.
They had
excited
no.
To see the process unfold in the months ahead.
Is this a public
We were
event,
elected
Oomph? Is it
for the
like
third
open to
time in
members of the public?
2021
They
to strengthen
had
the economy
no
post-pandemic and advance
flag.
Canada's interests in a complicated world.
What is it?
And that is exactly the job
They
that
had
I
no
and
flag.
we
Repeat, they had no
continue to
flag.
do.
They had no flag.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll now go to questions.
No flag.
Starting with Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Bonjour, Monsieur Trudeau.
Hello, Mr. Trudeau.
Vous vouliez le faire, ce combat contre Pierre
You wanted
Poilievre.
to
Des
have
batailles internes, il y en a dans votre
an election with Pierre Poilievre as your opponent. There have been internal battles for a while. Why are you giving up now? What made you change your mind?
Comme vous savez, je suis pas
As you
quelqu'un
know,
qui recule facilement
I
devant
don't easily back down
surtout un combat
faced
si
with a fight,
important.
especially a very important one for our party and for the country.
Mais
But
je fais ce job parce que
I do this job
l'intérêt des Canadiens et le bien-être
because
de notre pays, de notre démocratie,
the interests of Canadians and the well-being of our democracy is something that I hold dear.
c'est devenu clair
And it's
que
become clear to me
on ne
that
peut pas
I cannot be the leader during the next elections due to internal battles.
As you all know, I am a fighter, and I am not someone who backs away from a fight, particularly when a fight is as important as this one is. But I have always been driven by my love for Canada, by my desire to serve Canadians, and by what is in the best interest of Canadians. And Canadians deserve a real choice in the next election. And it has become obvious to me with the internal battles that I cannot be the one to carry the Liberal standard into the next election.
Vous êtes au pouvoir depuis près de 10 ans.
You've been in power for nearly 10 years. Canada has changed with your government. If there's one accomplishment
under other circumstances, it's a very admirable move to step aside and let new generations come in, right? Like bring people up.
In 2015, we were elected.
It's just
to work for the middle class in this country. And that is what we did.
The timing fucking sucks.
We reduced the level of poverty. We helped families. We created an economy that works for many more people while preparing for the future.
From an undisclosed location.
And to prepare for a world where climate change will have a greater impact. We've done a lot of work with Canadians, and Canada is better off due to the work that we've all done over the past few years. A regret? I continue to think that if our electoral system had been changed so that people would be able to have a first, second, and third choice on the ballot, parties would have spent more time looking at their points in common to be the second or third choice of voters rather than to see this polarization. But I could not unilaterally change our ballot system.
We got elected in 2015 to fight for the middle class, and that's exactly what we've done over the past years. We reduced their taxes, we increased the benefits to families, we made sure the economy was focused on working for everyone and not just a few, and that has changed. That has dropped poverty rates in Canada, that has brought more people into the workforce, that has moved us forward on reconciliation in a way that has deeply improved the opportunities and success of Canadians despite the incredibly difficult times the world is going through right now. There's lots more work to be done, and I know that
what is
this party in this country and Canadians will keep doing it. If I have one regret, particularly as we approach this election, well, there are probably many regrets that I will think of, but I do wish that we'd been able to change the way we elect our governments in this country so that people could simply choose a second choice or a third choice on the same ballot, so that parties would spend more time trying to be people's second or third choices, and people would have been looking for things they have in common instead of trying to polarize and divide Canadians.
Okay, October 2025, Neil says.
Time figuring out how to pull together and find common ground remains something that is really important for democracies, but I could not change unilaterally without support of other parties our electoral system. That wouldn't have been.
I wonder if that's the same timing as for the German parliament or whatever they are.
Prime Minister, up until 3 weeks ago, you were intending to stay, and it seems that the
probably up until last night.
3 weeks ago, of Ms. Freeland coming out and saying you were firing her as your finance minister was the catalyst that brought us here today. So, can you explain your side of what happened there?
Chrystia has been by my side for close to 10 years now. She has been an incredible political partner through just about everything we have done as a government and as a party over the past decade. I had really hoped that she would agree to continue as my Deputy Prime Minister and take on one of the most important files that not just this government, but this country is facing. But she chose otherwise. In regards to what actually happened, I am not someone who's in the habit of sharing private conversations. Christia a été depuis presque 10 ans maintenant.
So
Christia was by my
interesting.
side for nearly 10 years.
I mean, I have no doubt.
was a political
I have no
partner,
doubt, like, there's
crucial,
dirty, yucky
political partner, given
backroom
everything that we've gone through
politics
as a party
in any
and as
of
a
this,
government.
right? I think that's happening in all of
I
these
really would have wanted
places.
for her to choose to continue
But
as my deputy prime
I
minister.
don't know. It just seems like the oddest moves are being made in the face of
And that she
really
would take over
rising
one of the,
authoritarianism
most
across the
important
globe,
tasks
you know?
that we will have to deal
Paulina,
with
I love you so
in the
much.
next few months.
Yeah, he's
But she
resigning.
did not want to do that.
No, he's resigning from prime minister.
As for details,
Who's the
I'm not
acting
one
then
to
in the
share
interim, you guys,
details
you
of private
Canadians?
conversations.
The Liberal Party as an institution and the internal battles right now, but I'm wondering if you feel that another leader will have more success than you will at beating Pierre Poilievre in the next campaign.
Pierre Poilievre's vision for this country
I'm so sorry.
is not the right one for
Sorry.
Canadians. Stopping
I don't
the
get
fight
these
against
guys.
climate change doesn't make sense. Backing off on the values and strength and diversity that Canada has always worked to pull itself together on.
Okay,
not
so
the
he's
right
not
path for the
stepping down
country.
as prime minister. He's
Attacking
resigning from the
journalists,
leadership
the
of the
CBC
party. That's a very big
institutions.
distinction.
That's not what Canadians need in this moment. We need an ambitious, optimistic view of the future, and Pierre Poilievre
Thank you so
is
much. That's a
not
huge
offering
distinction.
that. And I look forward to the fight as progressives across this country.
Media literacy.
stand
Oh my
up
God.
for
Hi.
The kind
Hi,
of
I'm Lolo.
vision for a better country that
Nice
Canadians
to meet you.
have always carried, despite the tremendous pressures around the world to think smaller, to veer towards the hard right, and to be less ambitious for what we can be and do as a country.
Hey, it's the
when the
the
world really
epiphany.
needs Canada.
Last day I can drink from my Santa mug.
Is there another leader that could beat him?
Absolutely.
Sur le leader?
Oui.
Est-ce que vous, en français,
Pierre Poilievre.
élaborer en français, s'il vous plaît, merci.
Pierre Poilievre a une vision
Pierre Poilievre
profondément
has
petite.
a very small vision and the wrong vision for Canada. If we even
Thank
accept
you,
that he has a
Canadians.
vision.
Badger,
He
Neil,
wants to back off on
etc.
fundamental
Jane,
values,
all of you, for
wanting to stop the
debunking
fight
any
against climate change,
misunderstanding.
Investir dans une économie
refusing to invest in a greener and more inclusive economy,
toujours chercher des divisions,
trying to divide Canadians rather than uniting them to face the future together in an ambitious and optimistic way. That is not the right choice for Canadians. And I'm looking forward to be part of a progressive movement that will seek out a better future for our country and for Canadians. An optimistic vision for Canadians. Hélène Buzettier. Hello, Mr. Trudeau. 16 years ago, in December 2008, Stephen Harper prorogued Parliament to avoid a vote of non-confidence that he knew that he would lose because the three opposition parties would vote against him. It's the exact same situation that you find yourself in
Yes,
today.
small
Stéphane
thinking,
Dion
small
at the time
selfish
had said, and
thinking,
I
Paul
quote,
Langan.
that this was an affront to democracy. I'd like to know why
There's a
what
lot
was
of it
bad for
going around.
Conservatives of Stephen Harper should be good for the Liberals of Justin Trudeau. The Governor General in 2008 had concluded, and correctly so, that the House had given formal confidence to Mr. Harper's government, despite a signed letter. This was a political document at the time. The voice of the House counts. So before stopping the work at the House over the holidays, we won 3 non-confidence votes.
Thinking big about moving out of the USA. Where? I mean, I want to, I want to find a mountain somewhere and just put a house on it and just
as of March
stay away, but
to adopt the necessary budgetary credit so that the government can continue to function.
In 2008, the Governor General correctly
a mountain in Ireland, Isle of Skye, Paul Langan.
Because the very last
a little cottage, a little
previous
cottage
weeks
on the Isle of Skye.
That the confidence of the House had been tested.
Or the west of Ireland.
It had passed.
I know
that
the perfect
test.
place.
Stephen Harper continued to have the confidence of the House, and it actually would
So
bear
beautiful.
out because as soon as they came back from the prorogation, Stephen Harper won a confidence vote once again. So a political document or political speeches doesn't carry the kind of weight that winning a confidence vote means. But this prorogation will take us only into March, and there will be confidence votes in March in the passing of supply that will allow Parliament to weigh in on confidence in a way that is entirely in keeping with all the principles of democracy and
I kind of like its climate.
the workings
I'm
of
not
our
going to lie.
strong institutions.
With all due respect, isn't there something a little bit anti-democratic to suspend the possibility of the House of expressing their non-confidence while your party is looking for its savior? Shouldn't you call an election right now? Well, I think that, as everyone in the press gallery, the parliamentary press gallery knows, the extent to which Parliament has been paralyzed now for several months.
It's not always damp.
We are stuck on a question of privilege.
It's chilly.
There are
but sometimes it's
constant
warm.
Obstructionist motions being presented, and we've accomplished very little over the past few months.
I don't know. I just have very
The House
fond
of
memories
Commons
of being
needs a
in
reset.
the west of Ireland for an extended period, and I really liked it.
People need to calm down and to get back to work for Canadians and not play petty politics constantly. And this is what we're seeing on behalf of the Conservatives right now. So this reset has 2 elements. Prorogation, to begin with. This allows us to start over with a fresh, new approach at the Parliament. And secondly, the Liberal Party will begin the process to choose a new leader. And I expect that if I am not the one who will lead the party to the next elections, the polarization that we see right now at the House
Be
of Commons should also
careful.
settle down.
Nice weather in Ottawa. But doesn't it snow,
need
snow,
a
snow?
fully functioning parliament.
Easily be careful out
Specifically,
there, please.
during
I
this
hope you can
complex
stay home
period.
today.
And both elements will represent the reset that we need. In English, but can you explain why you're not calling an election?
The parliamentary press gallery and anyone who's been watching politics closely over the past months will know that Parliament has been entirely seized.
Yeah, that Harper name.
by
Tom!
obstruction.
It's great for explaining what
and
we're seeing and what to
filibustering
expect in Britain, Canada.
and
Oh,
a total lack of productivity over the past few months.
yeah.
We are right now
So
the
petty.
longest serving minority government in history, and it's time for a reset. It's time for the temperature to come down, for the people to have a fresh start in Parliament, to be able to navigate through these complex times, both domestically and internationally. And the reset that we have is actually 2 parts. One is the prorogation, but the other part is recognizing that removing me from the equation as the leader who will fight the next election for the Liberal Party should also decrease the level of polarization that we're seeing right now in the House and in Canadian politics, and allow people to actually focus on serving Canadians in this House and with their work the way Canadians deserve.
On va prendre une dernière question.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Stephanie Taylor with the National Post. Given, as you just said, there's going to be confidence votes in March, opposition parties have said they are prepared to bring down your government. What kind of chances do you think you are leaving to your successor, given that there will only be mere weeks for them to introduce themselves to Canadians before heading into an election, potentially?
I have a tremendous amount of confidence in both Canadians and in parliamentarians' interest in serving Canadians in the right way. We're in a minority government right now, and there hasn't been an active leadership in a minority government in more than 50 years in this country. And there is always going to be the challenge of having a leadership race while a parliament would face confidence votes in the course of delivering supply to the government. So this is something that we're going to navigate through, but I truly feel that removing the contention around my own continued leadership is an opportunity to bring the temperature down. Have
Neil.
a government that will focus
Ooh,
on the
good. I've got
complex
Timothy
issues
Snyder on
that
bookmark.
are coming forward in the coming months, while the party gets to have a full national process that brings in people from right across the country and makes a determination about the best person to carry the progressive liberal standard into the next election.
Can you clarify whether ministers who would like to campaign for your job will have to step out of cabinet? And how can the Liberal government be in a position to protect Canadian businesses and Canadians from the threat of tariffs from incoming President Donald Trump when members of the government are going to be focused on who's going to be taking your job?
Welcome back to Gary's Economics.
The government will still, and the cabinet will still be very much focused on doing the job that Canadians elected us to do in 2021, which is fight for their interests, stand up for their well-being, and make sure that they are good and that Canadians are protected and strong. There will be a leadership process, and the rules will unfold over the coming weeks. But I can assure you that the tools and the need to stand up for Canadians, to protect Canadians in their interests and continue to fight for the economy is something that everyone in this government will be singularly focused on.
I can say that the rules and conditions for the leadership of the Liberal Party will be discussed in the following weeks. The government that was elected to protect Canadians and their interests in a very complex world that was elected in 2021 will continue to work with a focus and a singular emphasis on working in the interest of Canadians, while the party itself does what's necessary in order to go through a leadership process. Thank you.
Merci tout le monde. Merci d'être ici dans une belle journée d'Ottawa. Bonne journée.
Why not earlier?
And that is Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister
And that's
of Canada,
Justin Trudeau, that sex bomb from Canada, way up north there. And that's what the news is, folks. That's right. I said it. Okay. We are going to take a different jump. We're gonna fuck it. We're doing it live. No. We will eventually go, definitely. I don't know if I subscribe to him or not. I might. We'll see. We're going to jump around a little bit. And first, we're going to, let me see what's first, actually. I think I'm going to pass on the Gateway Pundit January 6th pardon press conference that featured snippets by Ivan Raiklin aka the January 5th pipe bomber, most likely to be, in my humble opinion, after observation of receipts. But that's for the courts to decide. And then also, there's some, but we just got a lot. We got a lot. I'm going to stick around as much as I can today to get through this. We're still not sure about the shutdown at the Capitol. I have to check into that. Neil says Mark Carney, former head of Bank of Canada, then head of Bank of England, will probably also run for the leadership. He's an independent. I am back to regular programming, but not really, because we have new things. So now what, in lieu of that little thing, that little gateway, that little thing, we're going to go ahead and go back. Actually, let me just check the house. So that's not, okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure that we were absolutely live on that. All right. That's fine. And let me now bring in what Tom was talking about, which is about a 17-minute clip of this guy, Gary's Economics. Oops, I don't subscribe. Sorry about that. Sorry, Gary. And I find no indication of delay to the 1 p.m. Capitol event. Okay, thank you, Oomph. Thank you for that. On the ground reporting. That ain't Rideau Cottage. LOL. I keep watching videos that Jim Stewart's talking about, but I keep getting a female suspect. No, but it's not. I think he actually makes a lot of sense because of the shoulder thing, and just the movements. It makes some sense. And in terms of like opportunity and things like that. But you know what? I think what Jim does is lay it out there, and that's what researchers do. They lay out what they've found and what their assessment is, and journalists should take it from there. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's a great ecosystem, but what do I know? Okie dokie. We are going to, and then I'm going to read Timothy Snyder's Shadow Cabinet, which is a Substack he posted 2 hours ago. So I'll do that after we watch this. And then we have other things to read, including we're going to finish the Mole in the Militias article from ProPublica that we started. So there's a lot coming up. Please don't lose to me like the black female that was part of that crew, a relatively unknown. Well, I don't know about any black females that were involved in that, but I don't know. So that, to me, I'm not sure I'm there with you on that one. All right, here we go. But I'm also just in a really sour mood when it comes to all this January 6th shit. Can you believe I don't watch award shows because we just don't watch them. It's kind of boring, frankly. And if my kid ever gets an award, I'll probably watch that one. But other than that, I'm just not that interested. But it is nice. I'm glad for Demi Moore. She probably really wanted an award, and she did do a great job in that movie. Why would they have risked a just sworn in member of Congress with no military training? Who? Carla, who? Who are we talking about? Oh my God, who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about? La, 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 la. Okay, let's do it.
We are going to cover everything you've missed on the economy. Okay, so to do this video, I went back and had a look at my video from last year, bringing you up to speed with the economy. And that video last year, I was saying that inflation would come back to pretty much target, interest rates would start to fall, we would see an enormous increase in stock prices, an enormous increase in the gold price, and we would see house prices start to go as interest rates start to fall. But despite all of that, we would continue to see living standards and poverty continue to decline.
MTG is too short, Carla.
And this is
5'3"
basically
or
everything
something.
we've seen in the last year. I also said that
She also
Labour
wasn't wearing
would
those
win the
shoes, although
election,
she
probably
could.
by a decent margin, because the Conservatives
I know.
were failing on the economy.
That's a good
and were
thing,
super
Paulina.
unpopular,
I
but
feel like that's a
Labour
good
would
thing.
very quickly become unpopular on coming into power.
It was the Golden Globes,
So if you've been
I
keeping
think,
up to speed
not
with
the
what we've been
Emmys.
doing,
It was the
you
Golden Globes.
won't be pissed off that I was away for 6 months, because you already knew
Which to
exactly
me
what
are
was
just
going
kind
to
of
happen.
creepy awards.
So what are we going to cover now? Okay, so this year we're going to cover a few of the things.
I don't care. Just fucking arrest somebody,
away,
okay?
Which I've not been able to talk about yet.
Investigate
and their
somebody.
Impact. In particular, Labour's budget in the autumn.
She definitely
and
does
the Trump
give
election.
that characteristic.
We're going to talk about how this year and the coming year will be different from last year. We're going to talk about a little bit about what's going to happen in the economy and what's going to happen in financial markets. So I want to start with how this year is different from last year, because when I went and watched last year's video, I was quite struck by basically how much was the same. So I had to look at financial markets before I shot this video, and basically everything is at an all-time high. Most major stock markets are at or near their all-time highs in terms of price. The gold price is at or near its all-time high. House prices are shooting up to new all-time highs. We're starting to see them start to really go. And it's kind of deja vu all over again. So I was quite shocked. And I think that really underlines
she probably had some planning
how aggressive these
This is Gary's
increases
Economics.
in
It's an
asset prices have
economics
been.
channel
And I
that
think
Tom
it's
recommended,
important to
Val.
talk about that, because I think what we see on the news and what most of us understand about the economy is that living standards have really failed to recover and they continue to slide. And that gives the impression of a very weak economy. And I do think we have a very weak economy. But what is often not spoken about is this fact that if you're looking at the economy from the perspective of the asset holders, which is basically from the perspective of the rich, things are really, 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 really good. Everything is at massive all-time highs. So you're going to see the rich people seeing continued increase in their wealth. They're basically doing the best they've ever done. And I think this basically kind of underlines the point which I've been making for a long time, which is this is not an economic crisis for everyone. This is an economic crisis for you, while the rich do really well, which I think kind of underlines that this is a crisis of inequality. But I think what is probably most interesting that is different about the economy now compared to last year is when I did my video last year, inflation was still just above 4% in this country. And there was still this kind of perception that we were living in a very weak economy because we were still in the kind of economic aftermaths of COVID. And there was still this kind of perception that, well, we're screwed at the moment because COVID was really bad, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, but we're going to come through that and things will be better. And yet here we are a year later and we've started to see pretty much everything normalize. Inflation is pretty much back down to or around target in most countries. Commodity prices, which went up in the war in Ukraine, most of those are back down to the same levels they were before the war in Ukraine. Interest rates are starting to come back down again. Unemployment is at normal levels. GDP is back higher than it was before COVID. And yet, despite the fact that everything has kind of normalized, living standards for ordinary people are still significantly worse. There's two things about this. The first one is that I think this firstly underlines that the thing I've been saying for a long time, which is what we are seeing economically, the reason for the fall in living conditions, is not about supply chain problems during COVID or about the aftermath of the Ukraine war. What we are seeing is a permanent decrease in living standards because we had a permanent increase in inequality. I think the first thing is it's becoming harder to spin what you're seeing as temporary because it's becoming more increasingly permanent. The second thing about that is it creates this kind of interesting situation in politics, which is basically every country that had an election, the political party that was in power significantly lost their election. They got basically smashed. And this is because people are seeing, well, the economy is permanently broken and people want change. And yet no political party has really sort of got a pitch. So as the centre has failed and there's been a loss of faith in this idea that what's happening is temporary, and increasing demand in you need to fix it, you need to change what's happening, the centre has collapsed and you're seeing basically a complete political reformation. What you have is political parties need to change their messaging on the economy. They need to say we're going to do something dramatically different. And you're starting to see those new kind of messages take shape. So I think when you talk about the US election, you can kind of see, and also the UK election really, you can kind of see what the new message is from the right of politics, which is the problem is migration, the problem is foreigners, and if you want to fix the problem, we need to be tougher on migration, we need to be tougher on foreigners. You can see that in Trump's rhetoric, you can see that in Nigel Farage's rhetoric over here, you can see that in
Nigel Farage is in trouble.
All of the politics of Europe. That
Elon doesn't like him.
He
wants Tommy Robinson to take his place, I heard.
That is a smart message, and that is a message which has been very popular throughout history. You know, we saw this in the early 20th century from the political right. The reason that is smart is because when these anti-immigration, anti-foreigner political parties get into power, and they increasingly will get into power, we're seeing it across Europe, we're seeing it in the States. As these guys get into power, they will fail to fix the economy. And the reason they will fail to fix the economy is because they are not dealing with the
Why are we
fundamental
talking
problem,
about popcorn,
which is
Paul?
growing wealth inequality. But you've kind of got your excuse already built in, which is we tried our best to hit the foreigners, to hit the immigrants. The left didn't let us go far enough. You need to let us go further. And you know, this is the kind of slide which we saw in the early 20th century, which led eventually to people like Hitler and Mussolini getting into power. And I want to be clear, I'm not saying that Trump is Hitler, I'm not saying that Farage is Hitler. These guys will win power, they will fail to fix the economy, and the obvious political move then will be to go further right. And whilst these guys themselves are not Hitler, the only path that they will be able to go as they fail, because they can't deal with inequality, because they're not dealing with inequality, they will simply be forced further and further right over time, and you will see more and more increasingly far-right politicians getting into power, basically. And that's the new space on the right. So what's the new space on the left? And I think that is where we start talking about the Labour budget and the election. So Labour won the election on an extremely small number of votes. They actually got, I think, 5% less votes than they got in 2019, where they got absolutely smashed. So their actual number of votes went down, and they won simply because of complete collapse in popularity of the Conservative Party. So they didn't really need to have much of an economic message, because they won simply sort of by default of not being the Conservatives. And then what do they want to do when they're in power? I think if you were to pull an average man or woman to the side in the street and say, what do you think is Labour's economic plan? What do you think is Keir Starmer's economic plan? I think most people would not know what it was. I don't think they have a clearly communicated economic plan. And if you were to ask me what it was, it's kind of let's just be really sensible. It's kind of a new sensibilism. This kind of belief that if you just do the status quo hard enough, if you're just sensible enough, things will get better. It's pretty weak. It will fail. And I think it's interesting to look at what happened in the budget, which was, it was a relatively modest budget. They raised taxes a very small amount. They raised spending a very small amount. They raised borrowing by a very small amount. And yet people weren't happy with it, and the financial markets almost refused the budget, really. You saw government borrowing costs go up a little bit. I think what it shows basically is that Labour and the left are basically clinging to a failed economic orthodoxy. Increasingly what is clear is we live in an economy where more and more and more is being owned by the rich. So you are left with basically a choice. Either you tax the rich more, or you just accept that you are poor now. And the government is sort of trying to toe this middle ground. We're going to borrow a bit more, we're going to spend a bit more. It's not going to work, it's going to fail, and we're not going to see economic improvement. Okay, so what does that mean? We are still living in an economy which is dominated by the growth in inequality that happened over COVID. We are seeing the consequences which you would imagine you would see if you significantly increased economic inequality, which is a significant increase in living standards for the rich and a significant decrease in living standards for the rest. Once you increase inequality, first thing I will say is we are not going to see the kind of rapid declines we saw during COVID unless there is another economic disaster, because that rapid speed of increase in inequality was a one-off. But that leaves us now at a high level of inequality. And if inequality is higher, That means ordinary people are paying more interest to the rich. The government is paying more interest to the rich. Ordinary people are paying more rents to the rich. And the rich are receiving more interest and more rents. So high levels of inequality lead to high levels of increasing inequality because it leads to high levels of payments from the poor and from governments to the rich. So that means we're on basically a steeper gradient of permanent decline now. And you're going to just see this continued immiseration. Living standards will continue to fall. And at the same time, because the rich are getting richer, asset prices will continue to increase. I should probably be clear on my predictions about asset prices. Because in the past, I've predicted very, very aggressive rises in asset prices that have happened. This time last year, I had a massive long position on gold, and I've really cut it back a lot because of the unbelievable speed of the increase. Gold prices and stock prices have gone up unbelievably huge in the last few years. I think that's justified because of the massive increase of the wealth of the richest. But I couldn't tell you with confidence they'll be higher in a year's time, just because when things go up that quickly, they do tend to come back down a little bit. The one thing which I think will really go this year is house prices. Interest rates have started to fall. They will probably continue to fall a little bit more. We'll probably see another sort of 0.75%, 1% come off Bank of England and Federal Reserve US base rates in the next year or so. Once those interest rates go, house price will really start to go. House prices have been kind of left behind in this really aggressive asset price rally. And that is because it's much harder for rich people to directly buy a ton of housing. So when rich people make an enormous amount of money like they did in COVID, it's super easy for them to go into financial markets, buy stocks, buy gold. And that's why you've seen this massive increase in stock prices and gold prices.
I just want to say, yeah, Tom, tax the rich, reduce taxes for everyone else, the only way out. I mean, there is going to have to be a redistribution of wealth. There is going to have to be higher taxation. It's heartbreaking that the Liberal or, you know, the Labour Party in the UK could not figure out how to message that at the perfect timing of the righteous emphasis on income inequality. So, yeah, thank you.
Prices. It's much more complicated for a rich person to go out and buy and manage, 100 properties. The way that rich people buy properties, and I think I'll probably do a video on this.
I think it's what I'm smelling in the wind.
The banking system and through the mortgage system. They put the money in the
Whether
bank,
or not
and the banks lend you the money to buy a mortgage.
I'm not saying anything one way. I'm just making an observation.
High, it has made it difficult, basically, for ordinary people to pass those eligibility checks. And it's kind of blocking rich people from buying housing. What they want to do is lend you money so you can buy a house, and then they kind of indirectly own your house through your mortgage. But because of very high interest rates, they're not being able to do that. As soon as rates come down, you're really going to start seeing house prices go. With regards to interest rates and inflation, these will both come down. For a long time, I've had kind of a slightly ambiguous view on this, which is because the middle class is being really smashed and ordinary people's spending power is being really smashed, this should have the effect of really bringing prices down and bringing inflation down, which would bring interest rates down. But it also has this secondary effect of just really massively increasing poverty, which then kind of forces governments to spend a lot more money because people have like desperate need and the government kind of has an obligation to help the people, which is why you've seen much high levels of spending and government deficits, sustained high government deficits, and those high government deficits will tend to end up with the rich and will tend to push prices up again. So there's a kind of a balanced view on whether inflation rates come down. I think they will, but how quickly and how far kind of depends on how much money governments spend. I think you're kind of getting to a point here where basically nothing governments do works. And that is because there's this kind of absurd, really stubborn unwillingness of governments on either left or right to accept that inequality might be the problem. What you're seeing is kind of, you've got an economy that is dying of cancer and a political system that does not believe cancer exists. So they keep trying to do a lot of sensible seeming fixes like more investment and, let's just, be more efficient and let's try and search for growth. You can't grow your way out of a cancer. There's a gaping hole in the bottom of the ship that needs to be fixed. neither right nor left has any real understanding. So I think the only hope we have, if we want to prevent more economic worsening, is to really force this idea into the political mainstream that inequality is the problem. Until then, we will see continued economic worsening, and that will be combined with continuing rises in asset prices, which means the rich will get richer and richer. It's another very pessimistic economic picture, but the only chance we have to prevent this is to really drive inequality as the cause of the economic worsening into the public narrative, into the public consciousness, and into the minds of the politicians. Labour are going to fail on the economy, and they'll be very unpopular in 2 or 3 years. The only thing I can do, and I would hope for any of your support, is try and make this channel big enough that in 3 or 4 years' time, when the next election's coming around and Labour are in desperate need of a rebrand, that we are the best alternative. It's a big ambition, but I think it's our only chance. Inequality is worsening. It will keep getting worse.
Absolutely. I don't know what the alternative is. I see. Yeah. So I don't, everybody's got an agenda, and that's fine. But oh my God. I'm just going to disappear into the mist. Watch me back away into the mist. Yeah, VAT for corporations. There's so much revenue. I'm actually done with all. Through let's put it this way: the last 10 plus years have exhausted me on the political party thing, and I want, and that doesn't mean anything. Like, I'm not even independent. I'm just me, and I'm going to continue to vote so that hopefully everybody gets access to the most excellent health care, the best safety nets, the best roads, the best infrastructure, the best innovation, decent defense. Not the best, but decent. Allies across the world that help each other grow their societies. That's what I vote for. Period. It always has been. I just happen to have been a Democrat. I was an independent for a while, but I mean, it still was a Democrat back in those days to me. Anyway, I don't know. I probably did it for a boyfriend or something stupid like that. That's on brand for me. Fade into the relationship. Anyway, I mean, this makes me anxious. Okay, well, that was interesting. I don't know if I agree with, obviously he's very smart about, global economics, and I'm not an economics expert by any stretch, nor would I ever pretend to be. But at the same time, I just, the absolutes and this kind of like, it feels like people are jumping into the gap right now, and that's fine. I'm just kind of spouting out of my butt right now, but that makes me nervous when people start to jump on a carcass, right? That makes me nervous. That feels reactive and opportunistic, and that someone's got an angle that we're not aware. You know what I mean? Like, just my spidey senses go up. That's all. And that's just me. That's just idiotic me. So don't fucking, like, yeah. Anyway, I think the certification actually is still happening, I believe. So I'm not sure. Let me see. Let me refresh. Refresh the page. Refresh the page. Sorry. Okay, 7 minutes ago, Trump says he is open to talking about Dreamers. Trump said he is certainly open to talking about Dreamers during an interview with Hugh Hewitt that aired this morning. Well, there you go. Wait, what's this? Is this real? No, that's their little loopy loop. Okay, hold on. Let me find... Actually, what I'm going to do... Oh, gosh, there's so much to do. It's so exciting. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read this Shadow Cabinet Substack from Timothy Snyder. Thank you. But first, I'm going to just check our... Oh, I remember you. You're the one. Okay. 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 What are we doing? Is there anything happening outside the Capitol? There's nothing, no coverage that I see on my algorithm of the Capitol. So are we just not, nobody's there? Where is everybody? Where is everybody? Who takes her place? I think Lummox will be paid off to retire in short order. Making a fucking storm it might be, there. So there's that. Okay. I can't find any coverage though of the Capitol at this particular moment because either my algorithm is real fucked up, or oh my god. Oh wait, here we go. Well, this is I'll just
do things like
let me put this on in a corner. Hold on. I remember you. Okay, so this I need to make a beard. La 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 la. Okay. And then this one. Okay, I'm sorry. Just let me do some switcheroonies. Quiet on the set. Quiet on the set, everybody. Everybody relax. Because that's what's happening. And then we're going to make it smaller because we're going to read this thing. This is just what's happening. This is the DC Fox station. Sorry. No, this is the best I can do. And then I'm going to move. Whoops. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Wrong one. Damn. There we go. Sorry, Clarence. I got to cover your pie hole. All right. And I will link all of these, obviously. I know I'm a little behind. I have a couple I need to update the descriptions for, but I will link this in the Hootie Pop. Holy cow. What do you mean, holy cow? Are you by the water, Jim? Wait, Jim, what'd you say? Maryland. Oh, Iggy, good morning. Good morning, Iggy. How are you?
finish him.
It's good to see you. Been in the house over 20 years and senior citizen taxes drop. Good. That would be good. I have kind of an advantage because I can buy a shack and rebuild it myself. I know if you're still like, don't take for granted the youth and the ability to actually do stuff around your house. Because that goes. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. Okay, we're gonna read this thing by our amazing historian, our sexy historian, Timothy Snyder. Yeah, baby. That's right. This is only from a few hours ago. Shadow Cabinet. All right, so grab your coffee. Here we go. Deep breath. When I moved to Great Britain to study, I found the politics very exciting. The parliamentary system was different, so that new elections immediately led to new governments. The press was excellent but political, so that one could read the newspapers and be informed both of the facts and the sentiments. I know, Teresa's here. And when reporting government policy, journalists always had an opposition voice to quote, members of the shadow cabinet. Like so much else in British public life, the institution of the shadow cabinet was unfamiliar to me, but I soon grew to appreciate and admire it. The cabinet, of course, was the assembly of government ministers led in Britain by the Prime Minister. The party in opposition, the Labour Party, when I arrived in Britain in 1991, appointed its own leading members to shadow each government minister, including the Prime Minister. Shadow meant follow. The shadow ministers shadowed the actual ministers in the sense of following their every move, criticizing policy, and offering alternatives. Importantly, the shadow minister was always available to offer commentary to the press on his or her area of expertise. This greatly enriched public life. At any point, a journalist, and thus the public, had access to an alternative point of view, one which was both pertinently expert and politically relevant. Shadow ministers did not always become real ministers after the next elections, but often they did. 4 years ago today, Donald Trump led an attempt to overthrow a democratic election and thereby undo our constitutional system. In 2 weeks, the same man will be inaugurated President of the United States, this time with a centibillionaire as the unelected de facto head of government and with anti-qualified anti-patriots as his cabinet nominees. What to do? People talk about resistance and about opposition. What form should these take? I have written elsewhere about what citizens can do. Leading politicians of the opposition party, the Democratic Party in the United States, have a special responsibility and also special opportunities. One of these is to form a shadow cabinet. I want to join the voices of those advocating for this. Here I am speaking for the idea on television a few weeks ago. I wonder how long that is. I'd like to hear that. Oh, it's a minute.
Able to keep it positive.
Hold on. There we go.
I think, first of all, we have to be able to keep it positive, not in the sense of saying everything's great. It's not. It's terrible. They're trying to break the government, which means breaking the country. But positive in the sense of we should have a shadow cabinet. We should have a list of people who alternatives to these same people. So we can look and say, hey, this person could have been Secretary of the Treasury. That person could have been Secretary of Defense. Have those people so that they can give positive alternatives as people and give positive alternatives as policy, but also to have someone so that the journalists can talk to them for the next 4 years. So we don't both sides everything. So it's not like vaccines plus minus, but hey, let's talk to somebody about how good vaccines actually are and what we actually could do. Let's talk to someone about how we can prevent car crashes and what that would look like. We have to think about opposition in the sense of what in America could look like if we had other people, if we had a real elite. I think, first of all, we have to be able to keep it positive, not in the sense of saying everything's.
Sorry. I just keep listening to him. All right. Awesome. So, Great Britain, the shadow cabinet represents the loyal opposition. I'll definitely go to Jim's on my list to read today too. So we'll go to him next. The loyalty in question is to the state and to its head, the monarch. In the United States, a loyal opposition would be loyal to our Constitution, and indeed that could be the basis of its activity. We face the unusual situation of a government, a president, and his cabinet who seem indifferent to the rule of law itself. By beginning from the principle that we have a government of laws, not men, a shadow cabinet would reinforce the American way of politics. It would be a very good thing to have a constitutional lawyer or two on the shadow cabinet. And a shadow cabinet would remind us of how much better things can be. The regular reactions of its members to Musk-Trump would flow from a different sense of politics and policy. That is material that the press needs, and that we all need. As Trump and his cabinet undertake their unpredictable whirl of destructive policy, journalists and others will be at a loss as to what to say. The worse things get, the harder it is to think of an alternative. As time goes by, the chaos of Musk-Trump might seem like the only possible reality. That, of course, will be the goal of the new regime, to persuade us that government just means dysfunctionality. spectacle, and repression. At every moment, members of the shadow government can remind us what government could instead be doing positively for the people. They are there to remind us that a better America is always possible. Under Musk-Trump, every attempt will be made to make oligarchy, rule by the wealthy few, seem normal. The deeds of the billionaires will be justified by the very fact that they are billionaires. Their own rise to the top of American politics will be celebrated as the success of everyone. Musk's basic idea is that we should all suffer and thank him for our suffering. A shadow cabinet will help here as well. Simply by virtue of not being oligarchic, shadow cabinet members remind us of the variety of Americans and the variety of their perspectives. Their proposals will show that we could act together on behalf of the interests of the people, broadly conceived. Oligarchy is incompatible with democracy, and a shadow cabinet will remind us of the difference. Trump and Musk admire and emulate foreign dictators and fascists. Under Musk-Trump, we will be told daily that authoritarians are better than elected leaders and that far-right parties should be in power everywhere. Trump admires Putin and Xi and Kim Jong-un, but both China and Russia have deep problems, not to speak of North Korea. The far-right leaders Musk supports in the world have disastrous programs. There's no reason for the United States to be following the lead of the foreign failures and foreign fascists. A shadow cabinet will remind us of this. Members of a shadow cabinet, simply by doing their jobs, will help us to see that there is nothing inevitable about government by the very rich and the very wrong. The essential point is that a far better America is possible, not just better than oligarchy or dictatorship, but better than we can presently imagine. Members of a shadow cabinet would also represent that better America in their own persons. Trump's actual cabinet, even if some of his nominees are not confirmed, will be corrupt and incompetent on a truly historical scale. He had competent Republicans to choose from, and he neglected them. The Democrats have a huge amount of charismatic talent waiting in the wings. As members of a shadow cabinet, they would have a daily platform to show their stuff. They could also remind us what a cabinet is supposed to be, a form of service to the American people. Having a shadow cabinet would help establish a new and better rhythm to American politics. The shadow ministers would make politics a daily reality, but in a positive sense. As things stand, we obsess about elections, announce some kind of new era, and then wait to see what happens. This time around, waiting could be fatal. Hi, Oren. Even in the best of situations, this is not the best way to proceed. A shadow cabinet would change the way that politics in America works and feels. It would generate not just critique and warnings, but new ideas and visions. It would mean that each coming election would be about improvement. A shadow cabinet will also be of huge service to the press, as I noticed back in Britain. When the government does something outrageous, the government always gets to set the tone. It will be hard for journalists to be ready for every shocking moment. Without recourse to readily available political expertise, journalists will be reduced to writing that critics say or critics counter. But what if the critics had names and faces and expertise and ambitions and political responsibility? Members of a shadow cabinet would be there to comment on all the Trump outrages, not just with expressions of outrage or hasty warnings, but with specific knowledge and plausible alternatives. More than this, the members of the shadow cabinet should assert themselves in the media environment. They should not wait for journalists to ask them. They should set the tone of the debate themselves. Let's see, where am I? They should have a mass format by which they cannot only sound the warning bells, but get across their own positions and advance their own policies. Podcasts, for example. A few of them likely will likely become very popular. The Democrats have some fantastic communicators, including some soon-to-be former members of Biden's cabinet, members of Congress, and governors. The American right now dominates the internet, in part because of how social media is organized, in part thanks to the big podcasts, in part thanks to Musk's explicit bias on Twitter, and the Russian money that goes into funding those podcasts. Thank you. That's my own addition, Professor Snyder. I'm sorry. A shadow cabinet could help reestablish balance here while offering a different tone, one of creative solutions and citizen solidarity. To be sure, there are some open questions. If we had such an institution in America, should we call it a shadow cabinet or something else? I use the term that is familiar from British and other parliamentary usage. Perhaps, though, it sounds too much like deep state. Do you have any better ideas? Please leave them in the comment section. Who should be on the shadow cabinet and in what capacity? Should there be a shadow president or should that be left aside? In Britain, the leader of the main opposition party would become the prime minister if his or her party wins, but here we do not have a leader of the party in the same sense. So who should decide who is in the shadow cabinet, whatever we decide to call it? I raise these questions not because the problems are insuperable. On the contrary, they could be addressed by a serious group of a few Democrats in a few days. Candidates to be chair of the DNC should be talking about how this could be done. I mention the relevant issues because I believe this institution of opposition is something that Americans need and deserve. Only a minority voted for Trump. Harris's policies, not Trump's, were more popular. No one voted for Musk, and he is now the leading figure in American politics. We are facing a moment when much will change for the worse, not just in policy, but in the structure of politics itself. We need to be imagining a better America. Some of this work can be done by individuals with ideas and by activists with organizations, but an essential part of this labor must be done by leading politicians through institutions, old and new, borrowed and improved. Great Britain, my home for a few years in the early 1990s, has passed through some rough periods since then, especially since the Brexit referendum of 2016, which led to a depressing departure from the European Union. That referendum was an event very much like the first election of Donald Trump, at the same moment, unexpected, internet-driven, supported by Russia. But Britain, of course, has always had a shadow cabinet. There was always, at the darkest and dumbest of times, an alternative team. Over there in the United Kingdom, that alternative team, much of what was once a shadow cabinet, is now in power. That system can work. We should try it. Thank you. Thank you. Let me put that in there so you guys can leave your comments. Wait, hey, what's going on here? Oh, so this might be, oh no, what's my live? Oh, 12:55. Well, they're coming back. Oh, baby, they're coming back. Okay, hold on. Where's my chat? What happened to the chat? What happened to the chat? What happened to the chat? All right. Snyder sub snack. The sub snack is there for you. Step out of it. Okay. All right, let me catch up with my beautiful friends. All right, I definitely will go to Jim Stewartson's thing first of all. So there's that. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do it. We'll do it. Wait, where is it? Nice grandstanding. Oh, people are so funny on the internet. People are so funny on the internet. The chat went undercover. All right, Snyder makes a good point. Imagine Pete Buttigieg and Jamie Raskin having a media platform every day. Yes, I agree. You had right-wing nut jobs claiming Obama was running a shadow government during Trump's first term. That's right. I remember. There was a really good article in the New York Times about Rumble on Saturday about how it started out as a cat video hub and now it's go-to place for insurrectionists to get their news. Well, Jim, strap in, honey, because not only that, it was funded in part by your friend and mine. You're not friend and not mine. Peter Thiel and J.D. Vance. So it's all the same people taking all the right pills. Okay, so let's read. Gosh, it's just so much happening. Let me make sure I've got everything like in order here. I am coming back to the ProPublica thing, but this feels more like urgent. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and read Jim's piece from this morning. We're going to keep on the literacy train here. Fuck yeah, shadow cabinet. Do everything absolutely. I mean, I think it makes sense anyway. It's not even as a political tool. I think I want that messaging and I want consistency in what is the response. I mean, that's kind of a bare minimum, you know? I don't know. I don't think that's too much to ask for. Nobody asked me. Nobody asked me. Mm-mm. All right, let's read what Jim has to say. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, and then you have another one. Wait, let me just... Oh, Jeff Charlotte. You know what? He blocked me. I don't know why. I mean, he didn't block me here, but he blocked me other places. Okay, I'm going to read this. This is pretty quick. All right. Jeff Charlotte writes today on Blue Sky. Today is not a peaceful transfer of power. It's the completion of a violent coup attempt that began this morning 4 years ago. Yes, Trump won the 2024 election, but he was only able to run because we failed to fully confront the fact that that violent coup attempt. That's not election denialism. Trump won. He's president-elect. There are no steps to prevent that. But nor is it proof that the system worked. It is proof that it did not, that an autocrat can violently attack the U.S. without consequence. I understand why Democrats are saying, well, at least we're not spreading conspiracy theories. But in a subtle sense, calling this a peaceful transition is a confirmation of Trump's violent 2020 election denialism. Thank you, Jeff. Problem is, in Canada, the media go to the shadow cabinet before asking the government to state its case. The media can manipulate shadow cabinet coverage. You know, it's all of that, right, Neil? This is a multi-faceted shit show, right? There's enough shit show everywhere for everyone at any given time. So, I understand what you're saying. That is absolutely true. It's how the media will utilize those people and present them too. There's just so many factors. That's why, and this is just the way I compartmentalize it, right? The way I compartmentalize things for me is thinking of them in categories, you know? Like media literacy is a category that covers a lot of aspects of this particular time that we're in, because to me it points to a solution, right? And it's not a quick solution, it's a slow solution. But to me, it's a solution, not the solution. Okay? I don't speak in absolutes. It may sound, if I do, then it's probably for dramatic effect. But, you know, or as a core belief or something. But at the end of the day, you know, there are many things that need to be in place so that we can have that more perfect union. I just happen to compartmentalize it into things like, you know, kind of like media literacy, focus on voting rights, right? You know, like what is the core legislative path? What's the priority? What's the triage of legislation that will get us to a more perfect union? And many activists in the space of voting rights have convinced me that voting rights is definitely number one. Oh, by the way, 918. Okay, let me check and see what's happening. Hold on. I'm sorry. It's just too much happening today. Rah! Just kidding. Anyway, thank you for coming to my show. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find what the hell's happening with this. Snap out of it. Wait, what? It's what? It's 9, so it's 12:18. They say they're coming back at 12:55. Let me show you this. This is where I'm at right now. I'm at Dome Watch. House is in recess until approximately 12:55 p.m. So that's what I'm going with. All right. Anyway, so that's my TED Talk. I think there's, you know, I'm a learner. Fuck it all. Okay, hold on. Let me go back to Jim here. Okay. Oops. No, that's not what I want. All right, here we go. Oh boy. No. Thanks, Tom. We should call it aberrant for a young country without any direct history of autocracy, unlike most of Europe. You know, that's kind of interesting. Snyder has a good idea. I like parliamentary democracy, but shadow cabinet's critics aren't perfect. Yeah, of course. Lindell? Oh, man. Okay. Won't you buy me a house on a hill? Fuck everything and everyone. Fuck everything and everyone. Fuck it all. Why do I even try? Why? Tell me. Damn it. Where is it? Where's their goddamn fucking little fucking feed? These guys are dumb. God, you spies are dumb. All right, so what now? What am I looking for? Fuck it. Gateway Pundit. Oh, there's a cat on my chair. There's a cat scratching my chair. Oh, God. Hurts my head. I guess I can go to Rumble. Fuck. Oh, it hurts my head when this happens and I go down. And where's the Gateway fucking Pundit? Where's the Gateway fucking Pundit? Yeah. Live. Oh, there it is. Oh.
A natural back pain
sorry,
discovery
it's
was
an
seen by
ad.
Big
I'm
Pharma
sorry.
giants.
I'm
This
sorry. They don't even let you
known
fucking.
in Switzerland as the mineral reset method,
Oh,
which is
skip
used
the
by
ad.
Europe.
Can't fit in those jeans? Be careful.
Can't fit in those jeans?
All right, let's talk about beans. That musical fruit.
Shut the
All
fuck
these
up.
platforms,
Oh,
people that
boy,
spoke
boy.
out about the election or even against the vaccine
He
or
is so
against
coked up.
or for Jesus Christ.
Maybe.
If you had those
Allegedly.
three things, that was their excuse to deplatform. If everyone remembered, Parler was wiped off the face of the earth those 2 days also. Our real president lost 100 million people on
Lord,
Twitter alone.
won't you buy
So they
me
went, and
a
everyone
Mercedes slap?
Everyone else in the country that wasn't deplatformed,
I can't find it on
they were
Shitter, and I just
petrified
fucking
to
gave
speak
up.
out because of January 6th. So
Where
all
the
the
fuck are
prisoners that are
you?
in there, they said
What room are
they
you
figured they
in?
had won that day, everybody. That
What
they had won.
carpet
They
are
had
you
silenced us.
farming?
Boom, they got the world, they got the U.S.
What are you
done.
farming right
But we
now,
never
Lindell?
stopped. We never stopped. Our voices never stopped.
Mike
It was down to, I always compare
Lindell
it
is
to old black
going
and
to
white TVs when I was
hell.
a kid.
Oh, Mike Lindell is going to hell. Your pillows won't sell down there in hell. Oh, Mike Lindell, your pillows won't sell. You're going to hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, you're going to hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, oh, you're going to hell. Hey, Mike Lindell, you're going to hell where your pillows won't sell.
You silenced all the conservative media about the 2020 election.
A rainbow
all the conservative media, your Fox
No,
News, your Newsmax
no.
of the world,
Make it all
nobody could
stop.
talk about
Make it all
elections anymore.
stop.
That was it. Everything was forgotten. You bring up something, you bring up January 6th.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That Mike Lindell, he's going to hell. That Mike Lindell, he's going to hell.
Over the next 4 years.
That Mike Lindell, he's going to
I was
hell.
talking to our real president. We were talking about this.
Inventor. He invented a pillow, y'all.
If we would have succeeded back then in November and December of 2020
Oh my God.
to overturn the election,
Yeah, America's Got Talent. Yeah, maybe the dinosaur.
or just even part
Maybe
of it,
Democracy
and Donald
Dino.
Trump would have put in, I believe we'd have
I
lost our
want.
country
My
forever.
goal is Dancing with the
Believe what
Stars.
had to
No, I'm
happen
just kidding.
was these last 4 years,
Bedbug Ramada in pillows.
and all these people that are
Yeah, we'll see if
unjustly
Canada
held
voters
by
have salt. Yeah, they probably have. I mean, there's a few of them that have. Lee, it's so good to see you. Welcome back. So nice to see your name.
When the FBI took my phone, I said, I want to go to the January 6th
At the Hardys.
I wasn't there at the Capitol, but I wanted to go there because I wanted all the stuff I had, the information we had on the setup that it was. I wanted to bring there, and they go, "Well, that's a different FBI." And I said, "Well, you know what?" I said, "I want to be
Okay,
arrested
we're
'cause I
just
wanna get the
now we're
word out. They won't
spiraling.
arrest me."
Okay, now we're just spiraling. That's what we're doing here. Okay, no problem. No problem. Oh my God. Okay. Hold on, everybody. Let me get some stuff set up here. I get Fox 5 is whatever, but we're gonna set it up a little differently here. Hold on. Weep. Mm-mm. When I was a little child, my mother said to me, hold on, I know there's 2 Mike Lindells on the screen you see, but I will fix it. I will fix it. I will fix it. What airplane glue does Lindell use to make his hair crest like that? Is something about Merry Moment? Back up slowly, then retreat at full pace. I'll have to watch some of that later. It would be nice to clip some of that stuff. But I get it's probably a fun chat. I bet you it's a great chat. I'm gonna go live on that mountaintop. I'll tell you right now, it's coming. It's coming. I'm leaving society as we know it. It's just a matter of time. Don't worry. I'll still be online. Can I adjust the chat box? Oh yeah, sorry. Is it fucked up? Wait, what's going on? What do you mean adjust the chat box? What does that mean? What do you mean adjust it? RSBN has the certification. They do? Hold on. Look at this. What am I doing here? Okay. Hold on, everybody. All right. What? Hey, how'd you get there? How'd you get there? All right. Okay. Just stay there for a minute. Okay. And then here, that's fine. All right. So what am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Brian Taylor Cohen. Wait, they're in there already? What the fuck? What's Stonewatch doing? What, are they fucking with me? Everybody fucking with me today? Is that what it is? Is that what we got going on? Fucking hell. Hold on, everybody. It's only showing on Brian Taylor Cohen. God damn it. Oh, here we Hold on. Oh, here we go. All right. All right, hold on. This now over here. And then over here, and then over there, and then over here. This one, and then that one, and then that one, and then this one, and that. Oops. And then that. Close. Oops. Sorry. A little bit of producing going on behind the scenes. What the fuck's happening right now? Okay. So what are you guys? Why are you on that? Why are you on that? Where's the other fucking screen? Okay. Boop. Go away. Well, this is the Washington Post live shot. Paulina, she was on Aguilera's team. Aguilera's team didn't win, but worked with recording artists in Vegas and L.A. Snow falling across the Department of Motor Vehicles. What? That fixed it. RSBN has a certification. Probably just them talking. Yeah, it's probably those idiots. I am going to look and see what they're doing, though. Hold on. Now I'm curious. Now I'm just curious. What are you guys doing? I must not be subscribed to them anymore because they didn't come up in my subscription feed. Unless they're only. Oh, there they are. Oh, they just have the blank screen up right now. Just, curiosity. Okay, where did I put you? There you are. Okay. All right. Here we go. Wait, empty gallery. Yeah. Is that where Carter's? I would imagine it is. God, I hope so. I mean, that's usually the situation, right? Isn't that usually the sitch? I think. Oh, look at all these. Wow, we've got too many Congresses. Too many Congresses. All right, and what's this screen? And what are you, darling? What are you? How about that? Okay. Do. This is Jim's piece we want to read. I'll probably read that now while we're sitting here in the Capitol Rotunda. I thought it happened already. Oh, did it? No, I think he's down in Georgia, Iggy. I think all the stuff this weekend was in Georgia. Yeah. I guess she wasn't a hit. And what happened? Oh, Tom, do you knew someone on America's Got Talent? I could never do that. I don't think I could do that. You know what I'd love to do? I'd love to just live on a mountaintop and then go into the local town and sing at the cocktail piano a couple nights a week. That's what I want. Oh, the voice. Yeah, I don't have a voice for that. I'm just like a good lounge singer. I'm a good lounge singer. Let's put it that way. I'm a mediocre lounge singer. You know what I mean. I'm not like Dinah Shore or someone like that, or whoever. I don't know who they are. Anyway, okay, here we go. I want to read Jim's piece. This is his piece from today. We are the access. J6 has gone global. 4 years later, the consequences of our failure have just begun. The resection. What the fuck word is that? The insurrection has gone international. 4 years ago, I watched in horror as the violence I had warned would happen on January 6 rolled out almost exactly as predicted. This was our beer hall putsch, being planned right out in the open. This is Jim from 12/30/2020. On January 6, when a normal constitutional process to mark the peaceful transition of power is supposed to happen, instead we will have the storm. Hashtag. This will be General Flynn, a pile of Proud Boys, neo-Nazis, Q cultists, and assorted fascists parked outside the Capitol. They will be armed to the teeth, and at the very end of their dead ends inside the Capitol, Hawley from Missouri and co-conspirators will be committing their own treason by interfering with the democratic process and inciting the violence outside. Trump will be tweeting his diapers off the entire time, validating every batshit wingnut that Flynn drags out. My fascist Mike Lindell, who we just saw, will be there to sell shitty, overpriced hotel pillows and hallucinate his own political future. RSBN will cover the whole thing, and the money will flow hard. They will find some Antifa crisis actors to do some vandalism or something. Posobiec, no, Kitty, and the rest of the riot pornographers will be just the right place to see it. I know, I need the compound. That's right. We promised a compound. Someday. I guess we better buy it soon. I don't know. Tucker and Chanel Rion from OANN and the rest of them will call for the Insurrection Act to quash the Antifa violence. Trump will try it. McConnell might even close the Senate down to prevent the vote. At some point, I'm afraid people will die. All of the Nashville types will be in D.C. ready to plow right into the dead end at the drop of a tweet. Here's what they will say. We are the storm. I really hope I'm wrong about this, but they are already on the way. Suit up. This is January 6th at 2:48 p.m., probably Pacific, and the storm has reached its horrific, inevitable consequences. He shows Tom Winter's tweet, NBC News, the woman shot today inside the U.S. Capitol building has died, multiple law enforcement officials say. I was deeply affected by this day, as were so many other Americans. Just to think this could happen in the seat of American democracy was gut-wrenching, heartbreaking, and surreal. But to know it could and should have been prevented was infuriating. Whoa. However, I did feel an underlying hope. I believe that despite everything, we could finally take the opportunity with a good man as president and the searing memories of January 6 as our collective trauma bond to set America back on track. The writing, after all, was right there in front of us in blood. This is from Staff Sergeant Gannell. Betrayed. I stepped on my colleague's spilled blood. Then I was covered on my own after repeatedly being assaulted by the same fuckers who claim to support the police and the rule of law. Trump and the GOP have sided with the attackers to defend these criminals while calling us thugs. And this picture, there's blood at the steps. This is Gannell right here in the middle, it looks like. This is him with the red arrow pointing to him and a picture that's showing some of his injuries. I was so naive. In 1923, Hitler tried and failed to execute a violent coup against the Weimar government. He was given a slap on the wrist and spent less than a year in prison while he wrote Mein Kampf, or My Struggle. Hitler learned that a coup from the outside would never succeed, so he spent the next 8 years arranging for the Weimar government to hand over total power to him voluntarily. The same fucker. Yeah, it's all the same fuckers. It's probably in Needles. Where's Needles? I know where Needles is, but what's in Needles? Is there another Capitol tour today? I hope there's not a Capitol tour today. Okay, we are now in March 1933, and Joe von Biden is boasting about the peaceful transfer of power and restoring tradition in the Washington Post, which failed to endorse Biden's vice president in the election because oligarch Jeff Bezos aggressively obeyed in advance. And there's the Weimar. Recently appointed as German Chancellor, Adolf Hitler greets President Paul von Hindenburg in Potsdam, Germany on March 21st, 1933. This pose was designed to project an image of Hitler as non-threatening to the established order. This particular image is from a popular postcard. The photo also appeared widely in both the German and international press. Hitler appears in civilian dress, bowing in deference to the heavily decorated von Hindenburg. The March 5th, 1933 elections had conferred legitimacy on Hitler's leadership. To add insult to national injury, the lame duck in the White House used the example of, quote, a bomb that was found near the location of the incoming vice president, threatening her life to tut-tut rioters, while the person who definitively placed the bombs is trolling me publicly on social media. This is from the Washington Post. Saying just blocks away, a bomb was found near the location of the incoming president. And then we said, oh, here we go. Ivan Raiklin. Oh, that's yesterday. Guess where I was 4 years ago, January 5th, Jim Stewartson. Supreme Court during the daytime and in the evening at Freedom Plaza at the same time that the who's that? Who's nobody guy again? I can't remember that. Beloved pipe bomber was placing decoys at the DNC and RNC. Should I finally disclose who the pipe bomber was? Let's first see what happens during the Donald Trump certification. Please do tell. I'm sorry, that's funny. Oh, these are completely separate realities. Biden really seems to have no idea what happened 4 years ago and left the power to the citizens who did the work of his Justice Department and FBI for him. But the consequences of our failure go far beyond our own shores. The insurrection is now international. The half-trillionaire who bought the presidency is trying to overthrow other nations using the same methods as he used in the U.S. Most recently, he is literally trying to replace the British government in the name of America using vile psychological warfare tactics. Elon. Oops, whoa. America should liberate the people of Britain from their tyrannical government. That's a poll that he put up. Oh my God. Wait. Let me just catch up with chat. The old mid-century mosque. Yes, I know. I remember that, Tom. I remember that place in Lancaster. I would do it. It's in Lancaster. I remember us looking it up. Always looking for compound options in Michigan. Okay, because I'm serious about that. My sister-in-law designed the Carter Center. She's done some pretty amazing. Gosh, Jim, that's amazing. Snoopy flies to McDonald's. Wonder if you'd be allowed to stream 64 Days, the documentary. It's really good. Well, we certainly could try. Jim, that is very cool. My response, I sent in Signal. Ivan, here's the route the pipe bomber took. Oh, is that the thing we did yesterday? Also, Ivan is leaving a big thing he did out besides the pipe bombs. He was shooting his stupid movie or whatever. Oh. Oops, he did it again. This is from Gal in 2022. Ivan was making this documentary in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He has recently, in anticipation of the Reuters expose, removed the We the Patriots Instagram account, but not before we were able to capture its contents because we have Clayburg the Ninja.
Our American ancestors gave their blood, sweat, and tears to defend our country.
Wait, hold on. Let me just do this the right way for a second. Hold on, everybody. Oh, man, it's just going to do that. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back.
We stand on the shoulders of American heroes who crossed the oceans, settled the continent, tamed the wilderness, laid down the railroads, raised up the great skyscrapers, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and made America into the single greatest nation in the history of the world, and the best is yet to come. That's true. We are one movement, one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We have made America strong again. We have made America proud again. We have made America safe again. And we will make America great again.
Gosh, why did he not want that out in the ether? Oops. Okay, shush. Shushy, shush. If you could scroll down that thread, it shows who was interviewing January. Okay, hold on. Let me do that. All right. Patriot Caucus member Joe Kent. I remember trolling him when he first came out with Maddie Gates. Yeah, we are a bowel movement, it's for sure. All right. I was interviewed for the upcoming film We the Patriots to share my views on January 6th and why I'm proud to be a part of the America First movement. Check it out. That's right. Also featuring Dominionist, those 7 mountains, that Mike Johnson wants to control. The Dominionist pastor Greg Locke, Winsome Sears, Maureen Bannon, daughter of Steve Bannon. That's right. He has a spawn who is still affiliated with West Point. Rogan O'Handley, Melissa Tate, Alicia Andrews, and Drew Montez Clark. Wow. This is the We the Patriot film that never got released and disappeared. Also, Amanda Clark, Anthony Bouchard, Savannah Craven, Chuck Smith, Claston Bernard, and Virginia Patriot. Who's the Virginia Patriot? Question for West Point, U.S. Marine or whatever. Should you be employing someone who's actively working with their seditious father to overthrow and undermine the very Constitution to train young men and women to serve and protect? Seems counter to the mission. No? Who is this guy?
Mountains of evidence of voter fraud in multiple battleground states. Okay, and then we would have the media try and tell us that what we were seeing with our own 2 eyes was incorrect or untrue.
When you take out a man's tongue, you don't prove him a liar. You're just scared of.
Oh, that's DC Doreno.
There were probably 1 million people there.
There she is. Oh, she was blonde.
Mountains of evidence of voter fraud.
Okay. Captain Maureen Bannon, that's right, the director of volleyball at West Point, complains to her dad about how unvaccinated service members are being discriminated against on Thanksgiving. He urges them to join his chat room on Getter and then says he's thinking about the J6 prisoners. That's right. This is from November of 2021. Oh boy, Wayback Machine.
Right now, for the unvaccinated, for different duty stations, they're limited to a certain.
He has the background music, not me.
Around their duty station, so a lot of service members will not be able to go home and spend time with their family if they have not been vaccinated. So please keep them in your prayers tomorrow, as they will be they will be alone and with other service members on Thanksgiving and not their families.
But I want those service members to go to our Getter account and leave us messages about this. I want them to go into our chat rooms.
Come and tell us about how you're unhappy with the military.
Report this. I want to know every duty member that
whatever
because of that. Also,
how dare he play Johnny Cash?
We got you.
Oh no, Oren! I hate hearing this after an entire ship of sailors were dying. What is there something recent? I'm so sorry if I'm.
Mo, let's get out there, get the posse. We need to hear the stories of who was not allowed to go home because of his vaccination nonsense.
Okay, shut up. Shut up, Stevie Three Pen. Oh no, during COVID. Oh yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Oh shoot, where's all my things now? Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. There we go. We're back. We can't really hear much. Let me see if I can find something else. Hold on, and let me. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Wah 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 wah. La 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 la. La 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 la. Sorry. La 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 la. La 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 la. He can't afford this much more health risk than his body already presents to him. I thought he was doing so well when it came to, just like being, in there, kind of thing. Okay, I'm going to get another view for us. Hold on just a second. Just a second. We're going to go to a local news source, which actually has some pretty good shots here. Shot. Sorry. Okay, hold on. I'm going to bring this over here and over there and over there. And then this is going to be that. And then this is going to be that. This has both President Carter's viewing as well as the entrance to the Capitol, which we were just watching, and then at the doors. Looks like they're ready to run. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, let me see. Hold on. Doop. That's fine. Okay, great. Doot. Don't forget Clayburg Ninjas. Wait, where is it? Oh yeah, let's do it. Fuck. What am I doing? Here we go. Let me go back. Thank you. Hold on. Not move. Nobody move. All right. Okay. Oh, bitch. Thank you. No. 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 Okay. All right. This is Ivan Raiklin's brother also. Happy New Year, Russia. Snow in Florida. Hat tip to good old Clayburg the Ninja. Yeah, we are missing some Gal Squad. We're missing Tina and Clayburg in chat. But if they're watching, I love them so much. It hurts me how much I love them. So, here. Andres? What? 12. Z Nowym Godem. Wow. God, man. That's deep. That's a deep fucking cut. That's what that is. Clayburg, you're magic. You're magical. You are the magic one. I'm trying to get this like. I'm trying to get some of the people to get behind the screen here, or in front of the screen, I mean. I think that's good enough. We're going to Yorba Linda. Ooh, Yorba Linda, I've never been there. Kleberg's the most amazing person one of the most amazing. I mean, really, because definitely just like one of my besties. I just can't believe her. She's just so stealthy. She's so stealthy. Nixon Library? Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought that was... Oh, I know where that is. Oh my gosh. Listen, Oren, that part of the drive down there is so gorgeous. I love that area down there. I would live down there if it wasn't so far away from where my kiddo works. Carrie, I'm so glad you're here. You're not late. You're not late. It hasn't even begun yet. All the bullshit is yet to begin. It's about 10 minutes away. My primary is like 3 blocks from the Nixon Library. That's gorgeous. Oh my God. Girl, we got to meet for lunch or something. On the PCH or 5. I think it's PCH, isn't it? No, off the 5. Off the 5. It's on one of those little like Canyon Road or something. VP Harris en route to Capitol to preside over certification. All right, hold on. Yep. Okay. Scott McFarlane reporting that I guess so. It goes inland. I get that though. But it's off. It's east of the 5, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Certification, my ass. This is a coup completion. It really is. The insurgency worked. And here we are. And here we are, damn it. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. I can't get my boxes slideshow to work because when my computer pooped out. Is there a protest on the Hill? I don't know. Is there anything happening? I haven't really found a lot of exterior shots, to be honest with you. So, I don't know. I'm going to turn their sound down for a minute. Have you seen of anything happening outside? Is there any kerfuffle? Protest planned. Yeah, that's true, Oren. We're having the People's March on. Was hard watching the dozen people behind Jessica this weekend. Hard watching a dozen people behind Jessica this weekend. I don't know what that means. Damn it. I'm so sorry. I don't even know what's happening. Okay, let me see. Wait, what was I doing? Hold on. What was I doing? La 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 la. Oh yeah. I was doing this. Yeah. So this is Seth MacFarlane. That's who it is. Fuck off. It's Scott McFarlane reporting from DC. I fear there might be a snowman militia forming. I have no idea. That would be amazing. Jessica Denson. Oh. Was hard watching. Yeah. Okay. So Jessica Denson from the Midas Touch. There's a snowball fight. That's fantastic. Is there a snowball fight? So, okay. The Washington Wizards mascot is outside. That's cute. That's cute. Oh my God, I didn't even show it. I'm so sorry. What an idiot I am. Hold on. Let me go back to it. Here you go. Here's your snowball fight. Clit is mad. She wanted to play, but nobody asked her. That's cute. That's adorable. Oh.
She's the current vice president, so she's not here as a candidate.
We are doing like a spring training. Give me a heads up for us. Down underneath where the risers are. Years ago. It just so happens when I was attorney general.
No, actually, no. It sounds like it. So far, balanced.
Maybe not following
so it's
is that right? Show the public that we don't.
I think there are people in the world who view this as a catalyst to something better. I believe that people believe that this needed to happen. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that.
Mr. Speaker,
I don't
Vice
think
President and the United States Senate.
there's understanding. Sorry. Yeah, take a break if you need to. It's all good. Yeah, I think, and it's easy to say every election is the most important election, and I agree that can be hyperbolic. I don't agree that this is the catalyst we needed. I don't agree that this is the catalyst to something better that we needed. I just don't. I don't agree. I don't agree. So I hope it's a catalyst for change real fucking quick if it's gonna be. But I have very little faith in the competence of a lot of people. But I don't think my opinion actually is really quite on point all the time, so maybe the critics are right. Got snow dump today. Supposed to pick up car tomorrow. Oh no, 90-mile drive, Max. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Ugh, terrible. Be safe. Oh my goodness gracious. Can you delay that at all, or is that? Oh, I guess not. It's winter. You're in the thick of it. All right, Lee. No worries. Good meeting. Have a good meeting. Bye, sister. Yeah, I don't. The thing is I have complete respect for the electoral process, blah, blah, blah. I know Jessica Dennison, who's on Midas Touch Network, had a show last night that had a guy on who has analyzed Clark County, Nevada, and other counties, I guess, in Nevada, and has claimed that there is some anomalies and irregularities in the way that the vote distribution is mapping. So he's looking at it from a distribution standpoint. So I didn't listen to the entire thing, and I didn't look at any of the data. I'm not really a good data expert. I'm not a mathematician or a statistician or monitoring and evaluation. I'm not an analysis person on that, but I'm curious. I'm curious about seeing that. So I would like to look into it more, but he's claiming some pretty serious irregularities as an option to look further into manipulation of the vote count, which I have suspected because they've had access to the way that voting machines work for over a year, maybe 2 years at this point. And they're only, when they being the right-wing nut jobs, I think of Mike Lindell, et cetera, when they project about election voting machines being hacked, that's a projection from them. And it is nowhere beneath them to rig an election in their own favor. It is simply not beneath them. They would absolutely, given the opportunity, cheat. There are those people. Not every one of them, but I'm telling you, a preponderance of people, and Patrick Byrne and Mike Flynn and fucking whoever, not Roger Stone, but they have had a mission to get the machines and to understand how they work, and they've been spending a lot of money and time. I defer to Jenny Cohn for a lot of this stuff. She was a huge proponent of getting rid of machines, and her concept was astroturfed by the 2020 deniers. It was. I remember that. Jenny and I had a disagreement about that, about paper ballots and all that kind of stuff. I understand it. I just think that that's not, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And the fact of the matter is there just has not been that much fraud perpetrated. It's not been proven. And so I don't see the evidence for that position, although I understand it, right? So I know Jenny is an expert on that. So I take her at her word. I would just need to see much more evidence about the fact that there's such a. But, at the same time, I think that this crowd has relied on the fact that that they can just talk about what it is they want to accomplish. And I know that crew, Doug Frank et al., have been diligent about meeting with counties and recorders and clerks over the past few years in order to get information. Oh, no, I mean, when it comes to 2024 stuff, I looked at Jenny. Oh, that's a really good, thank you. That's I hadn't thought about that. So I just heard about that last night when I was watching Midas Touch. And I don't know. I would need to see more data. That's all. I just want to be shown and, explain it to me like I'm 2. Well, or not 2, because I guess a 2-year-old doesn't really need to understand that. Here's the other story that's breaking, thanks to Gal. She's bringing that into us. Associate of Miles Guo, Yvette Wang, sentenced to 10 years in prison for her role in an over $1 billion fraud conspiracy. That is an associate of Miles Guo. Yvette Wang sentenced to 10 years in prison for her role in an over $1 billion. I believe, am I mistaken that he is also part of this case? Because he's about to be sentenced too. I thought, maybe not. Hold on, I'll read it. Hold on, I'll read it. Hold on, I'll read it. I read it. Oh, my darling, oh, my darling, oh, my darling Clementine. Faithful, sorry. Lolo, call the White House line again. Don't do it. Don't certify. Blam. Okay. Here we go. Okay. This is a United States Attorney's Office, Southern District of New York, SDNY. Associated Miles Guo, Yvette Wang, sentenced to 10 years in prison for her role in an over $1 billion fraud conspiracy. Oopsie poopsie. Daniel Gittner, attorney for the United States, acting under authority conferred by announced today that Yvette, a.k.a. Yan Ping, was sentenced by U.S. District Judge Annalisa Torres. Hold on. Whoops. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. God dang it. Okay. Torres, where is it? To 10 years in prison for conspiracy to commit wire fraud and conspiracy to commit money laundering in connection with her managerial role. Oh, yeah. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. In connection with her managerial role in a sprawling and complex scheme, Wang and her co-conspirator Miles Guo orchestrated in order to fraudulently solicit investments from thousands of Miles Guo's online followers and various entities and programs. Oh, I just thought Trump's going to just pardon him. I hate this world. I'm moving to that mountain. I'm telling you right now, I'm leaving. I'm going. Wave goodbye. It was your last chance for IRL because I'm out of here and I'm not coming back. Okay. When their cocos orchestrated in order to fraudulently solicit investments from thousands of Miles Guo's online followers in various entities and programs. As part of that scheme, Wang and Guo made false representations to induce victims to invest money in various entities Wang and her co-conspirators controlled, including GTV Media Group. All right. We'll come back.
Mr. Speaker and members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session to verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
BRB.
After ascertainment has been had that the certificates are authentic and correct in form, the tellers will count and make a list of the votes cast by the electors of the several states. The tellers on the part of the two houses will take their places at the clerk's desk. Action. Without objection, the tellers will dispense with reading formal portions of the certificates. After ascertaining that the certificates are regular in form and authentic, the tellers will announce the votes cast by the electors for each state, beginning with Alabama. Senator Fisher.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alabama seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 9 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 9 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Alaska seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 3 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arizona seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 11 votes for vice president.
I don't think we did, Carrie. I don't think we did.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Arkansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of California seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 54 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 54 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Colorado seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 10 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Connecticut seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 7 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 7 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Delaware seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 3 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the District of Columbia seems to be irregular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 3 votes for vice president.
Wait, are we wearing maroon for a reason? What's the maroon indication?
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Florida seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 30 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 30 votes for vice president.
Stand up, Mike Johnson.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Georgia seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 16 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 16 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Hawaii seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 4 votes for vice president.
Madam President, The certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Idaho seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 4 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 4 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Illinois seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 19 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 19 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Indiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 11 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 11 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Iowa seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
I just hope there's enough weed.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Kansas seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Kentucky seems to be regular in form and authentic, and appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 8 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Louisiana seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 8 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 8 votes for vice president.
That's just wrong.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maine seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 3 votes for president, and Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 1 vote for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 3 votes for vice president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 1 vote for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Maryland seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 10 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 11 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 11 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Michigan seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 15 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 15 votes for vice president.
Yeah, Gal, that got a little preempted by some other things.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Minnesota seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 10 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 10 votes for vice president.
Where's Tom's friend?
Madam
Wait.
President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Mississippi seems
did
to
I
be
miss?
regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that
Oh, you're
Donald
waving
J.
at
Trump
Nixon.
of the
Okay.
state of Florida received 6 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes
Oh,
for
Tom's friend
vice
in Yorba
president.
Linda. Sorry.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Missouri
has
seems to be
a
regular in form and authentic. And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 10 votes for
Let me turn
president,
this down a
and
little
J.D.
bit.
Vance of the state of Ohio received 10
We don't
votes
need to
for
hear
vice
them quite
president.
so loudly, I don't think, frankly. It's kind of all of the same, right? Maybe.
Madam President, the
Oops,
certificate
shit,
of the electoral vote
girl.
of the state of Montana seems to be regular in form and
I'm turning
authentic,
them down
and
a
it
little
appears
bit.
therefrom that Donald J. Trump
Time
of
to
the
see
state
my
of Florida
MAGA
received
primary
4
care
votes
guy.
for
Fuck!
president,
Good
and
luck,
J.D.
Lauren.
Vance of the state
Have a
of
good
Ohio
appointment.
received
Sending
4
you a
votes
big
for
hug.
vice president.
As a Californian in Florida, I would like to say F you, Florida, too. Paulina. Tom has a friend in your Belinda.
Seems to be regular
He
in form
has
and
a
authentic.
friend in your
Donald J. Trump of the state
Belinda.
of Florida received 4 votes for president.
We're
and Kamala
waving
D. Harris of the state of
high
California received
as
1
we
vote for president.
drive by.
And J.D. Vance of
Sorry,
the
that
state
was
of
dumb.
Ohio received
Tom
4 votes
has
for
a
vice president. And Tim
friend
Walz of the state of Minnesota
in your
received 1 vote for vice president.
Nice. I don't know. That just reminded me of a song. And your Belinda is a beautiful place. Let me see here. What am I doing?
The certificate of the electoral vote.
I better
of the
shut up
state
or
of
something's
Nevada
important's going to
seems
happen.
be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received
We love you
6
too.
votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 6 votes for vice president.
Madam President,
I
the
hope,
certificate
I
of the
hope mine
electoral
isn't
vote of the
either.
state of
I have
New
to see a
Hampshire
doctor too.
seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 4 votes for vice president.
Let's see. I'll just
Madam
I'll just
President,
hum.
the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Jersey
Let's see.
seems to be regular in form and authentic,
To
and it appears therefrom that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California received 14 votes for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota received 14
Yeah, that's kind of a
votes
religious
for vice
song.
president.
Oh yeah.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of New Mexico seems to be regular in form
Okay,
and
here we go.
authentic. And it appears therefrom that
I'm gonna
Kamala
turn
D.
them down
Harris
in
of
my
the
ear.
state of
Play some
California
funeral music.
received 5 votes
Oh,
for president, and Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota
wait,
received 5 votes
wait.
for vice president.
Oh, hold on. Hold the fuck on. I hope I remember the tune. That's my
Madam President,
problem
the
right
certificate
now.
of the electoral vote of the state of New York seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears
Here we
therefrom
go.
that Kamala D. Harris of the state of California
All right.
received 28 votes
Here
for
we
president.
go.
Tim
It's
Walz
where
of
I'm going
the
to
state of
try it.
Minnesota
I'm not going to
received
guarantee
28 votes
anything, and
for
I'm going to
vice
try and not blow out the microphone like I did on the last one. I'm real sorry about that. Couldn't hear that in my head. All right, here we go.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of North Carolina seems to be
Long
regular
time
in form and
ago,
authentic, and it appears
I
therefrom
can
that
still
Donald J. Trump of the state of
remember
Florida
how
received
that
16 votes for
music
president, and J.D.
used
Vance
to
of the state of
make
Ohio
me
received
smile.
16
Sorry, I
votes
don't know the
for
tune.
vice president.
And I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance. Maybe they'd be happy for a while. Oh, wait, I'm all off, aren't I? Wait, hold on. Let me just hear it.
And authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 3 votes for vice president.
He's shivering. I remember back. I read about his bride. Wait, a long, long time ago.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Ohio
I got to get the first part.
Seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 17 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio
We're doing it live.
Received 17 votes for vice president.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Oklahoma seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 7 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio received 7 votes for vice president.
Ooh, that's a tough one. Okay, wait. Wait, let's go back. Hold on, baby. Long time ago,
vote of the state of Oregon
still remember how that
and
music
it appears therefrom
used to make me
Kamala D. Harris of
smile.
the state of California received 8 votes for
And
president.
I knew
and
if
Tim
I
Walz of the state
had
of
my
Minnesota
chance
received 8 votes
that I
for
could
vice
make
president.
those people dance. Maybe they'd be happy for a while. There we go.
Madam President, the certificate of the
But
electoral vote of the
February
Commonwealth
made
of
me
Pennsylvania
shiver
seems to be
with
regular in
every
form and
paper
authentic,
I
and it appears
deliver.
therefrom that Donald J. Trump
Bad
of the state
news
of Florida
on the
received 19 votes
doorstep.
for president, and J.D.
I
Vance
couldn't
of the
take
state of Ohio
one more
received 19
step.
votes for vice president.
I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride. But something touched me
Madam
deep
President, the certificate of the
inside.
electoral vote
The
of the state
day
of Rhode Island seems to be regular in form and authentic, and it appears therefrom that Kamala D.
died.
Harris of the state of California received 4 votes for president, and
So
Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota
bye,
received 4
Miss
votes for vice president.
American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry.
Madam President,
And them
the
good
certificate of the
old
electoral
boys
vote
were
of the state of
drinking
South
whiskey
Carolina
and rye,
seems to be regular
singing,
in
"This'll
form and
be
authentic,
the day
and it
that
appears
I
therefrom that
die.
Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received
This'll
9
be
votes
the
for
day that
president, and
I
J.D. Vance of the state
die."
of Ohio received 9 votes for vice president.
Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you
Electoral
so.
vote of the state of South Dakota seems
Can
to be
music say, oh wait, now do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mortal soul? And can you teach me how to dance real slow? Well, I know that you're in love with her, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. You both kicked off your shoes. Man, I dig those rhythm and blues. I was a lonely teenage bronc buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck. But I knew that I was out of luck the day the music died.
Madam President, the certificate of the
Started
electoral vote of the state of
singing
Texas
bye
seems to be
bye
regular in
Miss
form and
American
authentic,
Pie.
and it appears
Drove my
therefrom that Donald
Chevy
J.
to
Trump
the
of the
levee,
state
but
of
the
Florida
levee
received
was
40 votes
dry.
for president,
And
and
them
J.D.
good
Vance of the
old
state of
boys
Ohio
were
received
drinking
40
whiskey
votes
and
for vice
rye,
president.
singing, "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die."
Madam President,
Now, for 10 years we've been on our own.
be regular in form
and
and
Moscow's fat on a
Donald
rolling stone.
J. Trump of the
But
state of
that's
Florida
not
received
how it
6 votes
used to
for
be.
president, and J.D. Vance from the state of Ohio
When the jester
received 6
sang
votes
for the
vice
king and queen in a coat he borrowed from James Dean, and a voice that came from
Madam
you
President, the
and
certificate of the
me.
electoral vote of the state of Vermont seems to be regular in
While
form
the
and
king
authentic.
was looking
And it appears
down,
therefrom that
the
Kamala D. Harris of
jester
the state of
stole
California
his thorny
received 3 votes for
crown.
president, and Tim Walz
The
of the state of Minnesota
courtroom was
received 3 votes
adjourned.
for vice president.
No verdict was returned. And while Lenin read a book on Marx,
Madam President,
the
the
quartet
certificate of the electoral
practiced
vote of the
in the
Commonwealth
park.
of Virginia seems
We
to be regular in
sang
form and authentic, and
dirges
it appears therefrom that
in
Kamala
the
D. Harris
dark.
of the state of California
day
received 13
the
votes for president, and Tim
music
Walz of the state of Minnesota
died.
received 13 votes for vice president.
We were singing Fine, fine Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy
Madam President,
to
the certificate of the electoral
levee,
vote
but the
of the state of
levee
Washington
was dry.
seems irregular in form and authentic,
Them
and it
good
appears therefrom
old
that Kamala D.
boys
Harris of the
were
state of
drinking
California
whiskey
received 12 votes for
and
president, and Tim Walz of the state of
singing,
Minnesota
"This'll be
received
the
12 votes
day
for
that
vice president.
I die. This'll be the day that I
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of West Virginia
Not
seems
great,
to be regular
but
in form and authentic.
difficult.
And it
I'd have
appears
to
therefrom
really
that
rehearse
Donald
that.
J. Trump of the state of Florida
Mad
received
respect
4 votes for president,
to
and
that
J.D.
guy.
Vance of the state of Ohio received
Don
4
McLean.
votes for vice president.
Although I think, didn't he turn out to be a dick? I don't know. But that's what's in my head. No, don't get hooked on Xanax.
Madam
No pills,
President,
no pills,
the certificate
no
of the
pills.
electoral vote of the great state
Don't
of
get
Wisconsin
hooked on pills.
seems to be regular in form
Don't get
and
hooked on
authentic.
pills.
And it appears therefrom
Yeah,
that Donald J.
it was
Trump
weak,
of the
but
state of
thank
Florida
you.
received 10 votes for president.
It's from the heart,
and J.D.
at
Vance
least.
of the state of Ohio received 10 votes for vice president.
I mean, you know, I'm all about the democratic process, bitches. I am. I'm just not about the disinformation.
Madam President, the certificate of the electoral vote of the state of Wyoming.
I guess the lesson for Democrats was be bolder.
Regular
Be
in
bolder.
form and authentic.
Be more bold.
And it appears therefrom that Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida received 3 votes for president, and J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio
Get your fucking shit
received 3
together.
votes for vice president.
But this election was consequential, and we're
Members
about
of
to
Congress,
really
the certificates
understand what
having been read,
consequential means.
the tellers will ascertain
I don't
and
think
deliver
the
the result
2016 to
to the
2020
President of the
regime
Senate.
was as consequential as this one is intending to be. And so that's who I worry
The
about.
undersigned, Deb Fisher and Amy Klobuchar,
That's who I
tellers
worry
on the
about.
part of the Senate, and Brian Steele and Joseph Morelle, tellers on the part of the House of Representatives, report the following as the result of the ascertainment and counting of the electoral vote for President and Vice President of the United States for the term beginning on the 20th day of January, 2025.
The state of the vote for the President of the United States, as delivered to the President of the Senate, is as follows. The whole number of the electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, the majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris
They're clapping because they're richer in this moment, and they're protected from their sins. That's why they're clapping.
Kamala
because
D.
they
Harris
won.
of the state of California has received 226 votes.
She fought a good fight. Sorry, not sorry. That's a hard position to be put
The
in. She
whole
fought the best
number
fight
of
she could.
electors appointed to vote for Vice President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, a majority is 270. The votes for Vice President of the United States are as follows. J.D. Vance of the state of Ohio has received 312 votes.
Oh, they're not very enthusiastic.
Tim Walz of the state of Minnesota has received 226 votes. This announcement of the state of the vote by the President of the Senate shall be deemed a sufficient declaration of the persons elected, President and Vice President of the United States, each for a term beginning on the 20th day of January 2025, and shall be entered together with the list of the votes on the journals of the House and the Senate. Thank you very much.
Mike's Little Johnson is very creepy. Very creepy. You're correct, Jim Nelson. Well, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a class act. Yeah, don't fuck it up. Don't touch her. Don't touch her.
Of the Joint Senate having been concluded pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 2, the 119th Congress, the chair declares this joint session dissolved. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, there it is then. Okay. Kamala should end with, you'll notice that real Americans accept the vote results without pulling out weapons and attacking the Capitol. You'll notice. I'm going to shut the sound off on that one. And we'll continue to keep an eye on it. But we're going to go back, oopsie, to reading. We got some stuff to read, so we'll keep an eye on that. There, Clarence can keep an eye on her. Nobody has a 14. Yeah, it's, actually, Carrie, was it you who brought that up yesterday about the 14th Amendment that SCOTUS had ruled that without adjudication in the Congress, there could be no, he was not deemed an insurrectionist by the Congress. So for that reason, that didn't apply. Was it you who brought that up, I believe? I'm not sure. I'm getting all my sources confused. But I believe that you are the one who said that. But I could be wrong. Okay, here we go. I want to read Jim's thing because it's relevant very much to what we're looking at. Okay. All right. A failed insurrection with no consequences is practice. The planners of J6 regrouped, prevented legal consequences for themselves, and recruited the oligarchy to steal the next for them. Yeah, Paul J., I want you to, this is a great time to really embrace that beginner's mind, where it's like, I would really focus on what is real and tangible and what is the ether, right? And this stuff, in many respects, is an ether that definitely impacts daily lives, but is also information that we're taking in right now, to determine the next step. So as much as I can encourage you to break this down into compartments and kind of center yourself in like the present, right? Focus on the trike. Focus on the dog. Focus on the girlfriend. Focus on the streaming, right? Think about what you want for your stream. What do you want your logo to look like? You know what? I find that if I can focus myself into something creative, I'm sorry, I'm giving advice and I don't mean to do that. I'm going to stop. But anyway, just know I love you and I understand what you're feeling. And I just don't want it to be so overwhelming for anyone. Because there's, it's like we used to tell kids in grief, when tragedies would happen, and we would be going in to counsel school students on traumatic experiences that might have happened. It was really talking to them about the fact that there are people that big problems in the world, like planes flying into buildings kind of thing, that those type of issues are important, but that there are also people who are very much trying to keep us safe from those things. And that was a really, one of just a real re-engineering of your brain around the fact that, yeah, those are things that are really big and they do impact me, but I'm not the only one worried about them. Right. And there are really good people that are trying to also help. So anyway, whatever. I'm going to stop. I love you. Let's leave it at that. And I see you and I hear you. All righty. Now, now they are repeating their success in the U.S. all over the world, exactly as Putin wants it. This is Alexander Dugin. The Rasputin. I say the Rasputin of the 21st century. That's my humble opinion. I don't know. I can hear champagne corks popping in Moscow. Yeah. Well, I really feel like, Lev said it once. Lev Parnas said it on a space once when we were in a space with him. He said, Putin doesn't so much cheer for Trump as he cheers for the chaos. And so while they may, he's not particularly fond of anyone except for himself. So everyone to him is an instrument of something. And I just thought that was an interesting perspective as someone who's far closer to Putin than I would ever be. So I thought it was interesting. Anyway, so Alexander Dugin, who is the spiritual brain of Putin, apparently, I guess I'll call him that. I don't think that's probably what he is, but yes, pick up some fruit. That's right. Eat citrus. First steps, Germany. Now, this is a problem, okay? We read about the other day with Elon's support of AFD. First steps, Germany. AFD urgently to power. UK, Starmer down, Farage up. And Farage, by the way, is on his way out because Elmo does not like Farage. No, Elmo does not like Farage, okay? He does not. Elmo wants Tommy Robinson to take the place of Nigel Farage. It was reported this morning, multiple places, that Elmo wants Tommy Robinson, the fucking anti-Muslim white nationalist over in the UK, who has instigated probably more xenophobic hate, especially on Muslim communities, or really any community of color. They may or may not be Muslims, so he's really indiscriminate about his discrimination. Oh, you think so, Paulina? I think probably Elmo was the one controlling that, but I don't know. Okay, I'll be open to that. Oh, well, I could imagine that. I could imagine that Farage hates Elmo. I could imagine that. I'm still curious about the Boris Elmo fights. Boris Epstein, remember Trump's advisor, who's still a part of his team. I'm very curious to see how they're doing. I don't know. I'm wondering. Anyway, it was reported this morning that Elmo wants Tommy Robinson as the head of Reform UK, which is the political party that Nigel Farage, who instigated Brexit a few years ago, 2016. So Nigel Farage was the leader of that party, which was really just a spoiler party. And it has really gained a lot of momentum, especially in the xenophobic, racist space, which, is pretty popular over there. Europe, you have a problem. Yeah, you have a Nazi problem there. So, and to add to that, the AFD, which is the Nazi party in Germany, let's be real, not kidding. The Nazi party in Germany, what's his name? Bullshit artist Elmo just committed to them $100 billion or something. I don't know, some incredibly insane amount of money. So know your oligarchs, people. Don't just say, oh, he makes Teslas. He can't possibly be bad. Ugh. You know, like he's used to be a Democrat. Bullshit. He has never been a Democrat in his whole life. He is not about that. If he was a Democrat, it was to get laid. He said it to get laid. Okay, anyway. Where's Trump? Oh, that's right. He's not in this. He's not in this. Okay. All right. He's probably he's at Mar-a-Lago. That's right. They're watching it at Mar-a-Lago. Elmo's an idiot and doesn't realize that Farage literally owns the UK Reform Party name. Does he really? I could imagine that. He's a money crat. Yeah. Yeah. Just like Gary says, someone can step forward and show both groups of downtrodden what's up. Yeah. Yeah. I don't pin my hopes on any one philosophical. I think that's where I'm at. I think I'm into taking different parts of philosophies and making decisions based on that. Period. End of subject. I'm just not into people's philosophies of this is the way. You know, like it's just you're turning me off when you do that. I'm more interested in what you're going to do. What are you going to do to help people? What's your fucking ideas? Give me your fucking ideas. And then maybe I'll vote for you. My God, the ego of people is just incredible sometimes. Okay. Okay, let's continue, shall we? Shall we? Okay, so Alexander Dugin, anyway, that's who he is, Rasputin. First steps, Germany, AfD urgently to power. UK, Starmer down, Farage up. Maloney, let her stay because Elmo's fucking her. I mean, her ideological origins are compatible with the right woke. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now it is time. It's easy to do. Just hint them. Time to go. All the rest is of little importance. Oh, Macron out. Le Pen in. Now it is time for American right woke to make regime change American business as usual in Europe. The goal is to remake now what American left woke has made. Alex Jones, reposted by Alexander Dugin. Elon is getting more done in the fight against the neoliberal globalist tyranny than anyone except for Donald Trump. And that's because he gave me $1 million. Elon Musk is the game changer. I'm trying to tell you, base. I'm proud to back the 95% of Musk agenda that I know is dead on. That other 5%, he can go fuck himself. Wait, what? Alex Jones gets it. Ian Miles Chong, known operative, says nothing that is actually true. The stark reality is that America is part of the new Axis powers now, an agreement between fascist, expansionist, imperial dictators to slice up the world, steal our resources, and enslave our citizens. This is a monster that wants to remake the planet. And there they are. There's MBS and MBZ and Putin. And there's Bob Mercer and Daniel or David Koch. Who cares which one is dead? There's Peter Thiel, the monster of them all. And then his friend Eric D. Prince. And the D is for biggest dickus. But then the middle is the shiniest of all. It's Lieutenant General Flynn Flailer. Oh, and then next to him is Bannon, which is funny because he's sitting next to Stone, but they hate each other so much. And then below is stupid-looking Musk, which isn't hard to do. Most of his pictures look like that with Dump, the Trojan horse. What are you doing? What are you saying?
Recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
Oh, man.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. According to the House, the stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Tuesday, January 7th,
You have the day off?
2025.
The fuck, man? You guys ever work? Jesus Christ. Milton, your brand new son. All right. Anyway, thanks, Jim. Yes, arrest Mike Flynn. With apologies to REM, it really is the end of the world as we know it. The only question now is what the new world that emerges from World War III will look like and how many of these fascists survive it. Happy Insurrection Day. I also want to finish this, which, if you remember, is Miles Guo. Miles Guo is full of woe today, and that's a poem that I made up for him and his bad day. Miles' very bad, horrible day. All right, we're gonna finish with this, and then I really do want to finish the ProPublica, and then I'm probably gonna call it for today. I'm not sure I'm gonna do a space tonight. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have a little bit of emotional tiredness. I'll see. I'm sorry for the inconsistent or the whatever that is brain thing. My waffling, if you will. Eric Prince told Elmo he was wrong on this one. Really? He did? Interesting. He said, you can't come either. Oh, Iggy, I hope everything's all right. Yeah, self-care, yo. That's right. But let's read this, and then let's figure out there certainly will be other Mondays. Am I right? I hate Mondays. I feel like Garfield. Not the president, the cat. Really early morning tomorrow. Ooh, interesting. Oh, I hope everything's good for that too. And be careful. I don't know if you're having weather down there either, but it all seems to be all messed up all across the land. All right, so here we go. Let's get some good news here, if only for the moment. If only for a moment. Okay, Okay, so she was sentenced for her managerial role in a sprawling and complex scheme Wang and her co-conspirator Miles Guo orchestrated in order to fraudulently solicit investments from the thousands of Miles Guo online followers in various entities and programs. As part of that scheme, Wang and Guo made false representations to induce victims to invest money in various entities Wang and her co-conspirators controlled, including GTV Media Group, the Himalaya Farm Alliance, G Club Operations, and the Himalaya Exchange. And then Wang and her co-conspirators spent their victims' money on themselves, purchasing luxurious items such as million-dollar sports cars and a New Jersey mansion. Yes, we're going to have 4 years of Mondays and then some. It's true. It's true. Let's see. Purchasing. Blah, 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 blah. Attorney for the United States, Daniel Gittner, said Yvette Wang worked with Miles Guo to defraud thousands of victims out of more than $1 billion. Today's sentence is a reminder that there will be serious consequences for this conduct. That's right. And that this office will tirelessly in its work to detect, prosecute, and punish fraud. According to the charging documents, public court filings, statements made in court, and evidence admitted at Miles Guo trial. When is he being sentenced? Do we know, Teresa? Tom says, remember, tomorrow the solar system will be in a place the universe has never been. Oh, Jesus Christ, Tom. What the fuck? I feel like I've been enough places, frankly. I just want to go to my mountaintop and retire from society. I think that's the message the universe is sending me, my friend. I think my universe is saying you might as well just fucking go out to the middle of nowhere because it doesn't matter. Okay, here we go. From at least in or about 2018 through at least or in or about March 2023, Wang and others conspired to defraud thousands of victims of more than approximately $1.4 billion. Miles Guo was the leader of this complex conspiracy. Wang was Guo's chief of staff. In that capacity, Wang played a managerial role in a variety of entities that the government has alleged were part of the G Enterprise, a series of interrelated entities and companies that were used by Wang and her co-conspirators to carry out this billion-dollar fraud scheme. Through her work in the G Enterprise, and as Wang well knew, Wang directed the expenditure of fraud proceeds on luxury items for herself, Miles Guo's family, and others. Wang and her co-conspirators' fraud relied on several interrelated operations. the Rule of Law Charities, GTV Private Placement, the Farm Loan Program, G Clubs, the Himalaya Exchange, and A10. Between on or about April 20th, 2020, and on or about June 2nd, 2020, approximately $452 million worth of purported GTV common stock was sold to more than 5,500 investors. Investors participated in the GTV private placement based in part on their belief that the money would be invested into GTV to develop and grow that business. In early June 2020, as Wang and her co-conspirators agreed, Wang transferred $100 million of funds raised from the GTV private placement into a high-risk hedge fund for the benefit of GTV's parent company and its ultimate beneficial owner, Guo's son. On or about July 22, 2020, in a video distributed via social media, Wang's co-conspirator promoted the Farm Loan Program, which was a purported opportunity to obtain stock in GTV in exchange for a loan. However, no stock was ever provided, and Wang and her co-conspirators misappropriated funds that were raised through the Farm Loan Program, for example. For example, about approximately $2.3 million was used to cover maintenance expenses associated with an approximately 145-foot luxury yacht worth approximately $37 million. From at least in or about October 2020 through at least in or about March 2023, Wang and her co-conspirators fraudulently obtained more than approximately $250 million in victim funds through G Clubs. G Clubs claimed on its website to be, quote, an exclusive high-end membership program offering a full spectrum of services and a gateway to carefully curated world-class products, services, and experiences. Wang was the de facto CEO of G Clubs, and as she well knew, G Clubs did not provide anything other than superficial services to its members. Moreover, on the basis of Guo's statements in online videos, victims sent money to G Clubs expecting to receive stock in GTV, G Fashion, or other entities. But as Wang well knew, victims never received stock, and instead, G Clubs funds were used, often at Wang's direction, to purchase, among other things, a 50,000 square foot. Who needs 50,000 square feet? I am going to be honest with you. Now, granted, I've lived in less than 1,000 square feet most of my adult life. But my God, who needs that? Who needs that? Okay. Anyway, sorry. All right. I wanted to put it on a different screen. Okay. Let's see. 500,000. Where is it? But is Wang Mill? Oh, wait. Where's my 500,000? G Clubs. Wang was the de facto CEO. It all freaked out. I was a bit, okay. To purchase, among other things, a 50,000 square foot New Jersey mansion, various furniture and decorative items, including, among other items, Chinese and Persian rugs worth approximately $978,000, a $62,000 television. What? Max, did you get your car? I'm in the middle of nowhere and I haven't had a decent Indian food or sushi since forever. Well, that's right. Yeah, you said you do live in a place where you don't have access to all that. That is something that is nice. That's true. That's true. Although I would probably cook more, to be honest. I don't know. I find myself cooking more these days. And a $53,000 fireplace log cradle holder. What? A $900,000 Lamborghini and a custom-built Bugatti sports car for approximately $4.4 million. On or about November 1st. I just don't know why you would want to be that rich. Like, who cares? And now you're going to go to jail for it. That seems extra stupid. I don't know. Seems dumb. On or about November 1st, 2021, Wang's co-conspirators introduced purported cryptocurrencies called the Himalaya coin and Himalaya dollar through a fraudulent cryptocurrency exchange called the Himalaya Exchange. I have to take a drink of coffee. You have an authentic taco truck? That sounds good. We definitely have great tacos here. Oh, I think the food scene in LA is actually really good, personally. And I've lived in Boston, New York, San Francisco, and DC. And I say, of all of those, I actually have enjoyed the food scene in Los Angeles the most. Sorry. Himalayan's crystal coin is where the growth is at. There you go. Well, that's what they said. All right. These purported cryptocurrencies were fraudulent and designed so that the conspiracy could collect additional money from victims. On or about September 20th, 2022 and September 21st, U.S. authorities served judicially authorized seizure warrants. They're trying to kill me with that sentence. On several domestic banks and subsequently seized approximately $335 million of proceeds from bank accounts held in the names of Himalaya Exchange entities and other entities associated with Wang and her co-conspirators. I know, even the supermarkets are amazing. I'm telling you, this is the best food scene I've lived in, and I know that's saying a lot. And I'm not the foodiest foodie. I realize that too. Wang was arrested on March 15th, 2023, at which time FBI agents located $130,000 of cash in a safe in her apartment. In connection with the sentencing, Judge Torres said that Wang was an integral part of the conspiracy and knew what she was doing was illegal. His sentencing is pending. Oh, thank you, Teresa. That you're perfect. Thank you. I hope you're feeling better. I know you haven't been exactly 100%. In addition to the prison term, Wang, 45 of New York, was sentenced to 3 years of supervised release concurrently on each count. So that means they're all smushed. Okay. So just 3 years of supervised release is what I'm taking away from that. Guo was convicted at trial on July 16th. There you go. 2024. Guo's sentencing date is pending. But that's coming up. Now, is he going to be pardoned? I don't know. There you go. The case is being handled by the Complex Frauds and Cybercrime Unit of the Office's Criminal Division Assistant Unit. Blah, 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 blah. All right. Interesting. We were reading this before. But I want to check in with everyone. All right. Here we go. Let's make it 5 hours. We're gonna read this little ProPublica. Finish this piece about this is about a mole in militias, a guy who he basically went undercover in militias on his own volition without any connection to law enforcement, and ProPublica received a lot of documentation from this man and created this story, and it's fascinating. So right now they're describing, gosh, I can't quite remember where we're at now. Okay. So this guy was trying to place a bug inside one of the new heads of the Oath Keepers, Kinch. And Kinch's dog ended up taking it out of his bag and had it in his mouth. And literally we left it at the point where Kinch took the device out of the dog's mouth and handed it back to this guy who's this self-appointed undercover agent, not affiliated with any law enforcement organization. So it's a fascinating story, and it's a little bit of a lengthy. I think we've got to the middle, but yeah, I'll link this as well because it's fascinating. ProPublica is a fantastic source in terms of media literacy. They're just amazing independent journalists. So yeah. On their way out the door, Kinch grabbed the pistol and placed it in the console of his truck. It was an hour's drive to the nearest city where the Oath Keepers were holding a leadership meeting. Williams rode shotgun and his bug hooked onto the zipper of his backpack. On the tape, I could hear the wind racing through the car window. The radio played Bryan Adams' Summer of '69. I know it is, isn't it interesting? Kinch seemed in the hold of a dark nostalgia, as if he were wrestling with the monotony of civilian life, with the new structures he faced since turning in his badge. 20 minutes in, he recited the Hemingway line like it was a mantra. Quote, "I have a harder time killing animals than a human being," Kinch continued. Then he grew quiet as he recounted the night he decided to retire. He'd woken up in an oleander bush with no memory of how he'd gotten there. His hands were covered in blood. He was holding a gun. "I had to literally take my magazine out and count my bullets, make sure I didn't fucking kill somebody," he said. "I black out when I get angry, and I don't remember what the fuck I did." Kinch went on, "I love the adrenaline of police work." And then he paused. "I miss it. It was a hoot." By the time they reached Cedar City, Utah, Kinch was back to charismatic form. He dished out compliments to the dozen or so Oath Keepers assembled for the meeting. "You look like you lost weight," and told everyone to put their phones in their cars. "It's just good practice, because at some point we may have to go down a route," one of his deputies explained, trailing off. Kinch introduced Williams to the group. "He's not the feds, and if he is, he's doing a damn good job." Williams laughed, a little too loud. Doctor, lawyer, sergeant, spy. Early in the meeting, Kinch laid out his vision for the Oath Keeper's role in American life. "We have a two-edged sword," he said. The dull edge was more traditional grassroots work, exemplified by efforts to combat alleged election fraud. He hoped to build their political apparatus so that in 5 or 10 years, conservative candidates would be seeking the Oath Keeper's endorsement. Then there was the sharp edge, paramilitary training. Quote, "You hone all these skills because when the dull edge fails, you've got to be able to turn around and be sharp." "The room smelled like donuts," one of the men had remarked. The week before, Kinch's predecessor had been convicted of seditious conspiracy, Stuart Rhodes. This was their first meeting since the verdict, and I opened the recordings later with the same anticipation I feel sitting down for the Super Bowl. What would come next for the militia after this historic trial? Ruin, recovery, or revolt? The stature of men leading the group's post-January 6 resurrection startled me. I was expecting the ex-cops, like the one from Fresno, California, who said he stayed on with the militia because "this defines me." Militias tend to prize law enforcement ties. During an armed operation, it could be useful to have police see you as a friend. But there was also an Ohio OBGYN on the National Board of Directors. He used to work for the Cleveland Clinic, I discovered, and now led a subsidiary of United Health Group. The doctor was joined at board meetings by a city prosecutor in Utah, an ex-city council member, and, Williams was later told, a sergeant with an Illinois Sheriff's Department. The doctor did not respond to requests for comment. He has since left his post with the United Healthcare subsidiary, a spokesperson for the company said. Over 6 hours, the men set goals and delegated responsibilities with surprisingly little worry about the federal crackdown on militias. They discussed the scourges they were there to combat: stolen elections, drag shows, President Joe Biden, only in asides. Instead, they focused on marketing. "So what buzzwords can we insert in our mission statement?" one asked, and on resources that help local chapters rapidly expand. "I'd like to see this organization be like the McDonald's of patriot organizations," another added. To Williams, it felt more like a Verizon sales meeting than an insurrectionist cell. Kinch had only recently taken over, and as I listened, I wondered how many followers he really had outside of that room. They hadn't had a recruitment drive in the past year, which they resolved to change. They had $1,700 in the bank, but it didn't seem entirely bravado. Kinch and his comrades mentioned conversations with chapters around the county. Then, as they turned from their weakened national presence to their recent successes in Utah, Williams snapped to attention. "We had surveillance operations," Kinch said, without elaboration. "Yeah, McMaga. Oh, God. But what cereal?" No, I'm just kidding. "We're making progress locally on the law enforcement," Coates added. He said that at least 3 of them can get the sheriff on the phone any time of day. Like the last time, Coates didn't give a name, but he said something even more intriguing. "The sheriff is my tie-in to the state attorney general because he's friends." Williams told me he fought the urge to lob a question. The attorney's general office did not respond to requests for a comment. McMaga Little. McMagalicia. Oh my God. Closing out the day, Kinch summarized their plan moving forward. Keep a low profile. Focus on the unglamorous work. Rebuild their national footprint. And patiently prepare for 2024. We still got 2 more years till another quote-unquote election? He thanked Williams for coming and asked if they could start planning training exercises. "Absolutely, yeah, I'm excited about that." Williams was resolved to find his way onto the national board. The stakeout. On December 17, 2022, a week after the meeting, Williams called a tech-savvy 19-year-old Oath Keeper named Rowan. He told Rowan he was going to teach him to infiltrate leftist groups, But William's real goal was far more underhanded. While the older Oath Keepers had demurred at his most sensitive questions recently, the teenager seemed eager to impress a grizzled survival instructor. By assigning missions to Rowan, he hoped to probe the militia's secrets without casting suspicion on himself. You don't have quite the life experience to do this, Williams opened on the recording, but with a couple years training, I think we can work towards that goal. He assigned his student a scholarly monograph, Alienation, Marx's Conception of Man in a Capitalist Society, to begin his long education in how leftists think. Perfect, Rowan responded. He paused to write the title down. Then came his pupil's first exercise. Build a dossier on Williams' boss in AP3. Williams explained it was safest to practice on people they knew. In Rowan, Williams had found a particularly vulnerable target. This guy's taking such chances. I can't even believe it. And he literally has no backup. Like if something goes wrong, he's fucked. He's on his own. I'm like fascinated by that. That's legitimate. That's crazy. All right, here we go. Sorry. I'm like on the edge of my seat. Okay. In Rowan, William had found a particularly vulnerable target. He was on probation at the time. According to court records earlier that year, Rowan had walked up to a stranger's truck as she was leaving her driveway. She rolled down her window. He punched her several times in the face. When police arrived, Rowan began screaming that he was going to kill them and threatened to blow up the police department. He was convicted of misdemeanor assault. Williams felt guilty about using the young man, but also excited. He's completely in my palm, he recorded in his diary. Within a few weeks, he had Rowan digging into Kinch's background. I'm going to gradually have him do more and more things, he said in the diary, with the hopes that I can eventually get him to hack into militia leaders' accounts. The relationship quickly unearthed something that disturbed him. The week of their call, Williams woke up to a series of angry messages in the Oath Keeper's encrypted signal channel. The ire was directed toward a Salt Lake Tribune reporter who, according to Coates, was a real piece of shit. His sins included critical coverage of anyone trying to expose voter fraud and writing about a local political figure who'd appeared on a leaked Oath Keepers roster. Williams messaged Rowan. I noticed in the chat that there's some kind of red list of journalists, etc. Could you get that to me? He asked. It would be very helpful to my safety when observing political rallies or infiltrating leftists. I know, right? Like the diary seems kind of, I wouldn't even touch this. Ah, yes, I have doxes on many journalists in Utah, Rowan responded, using slang for sharing someone's personal data with malicious intent. He sent over a dossier to the Tribune reporter, which opened with a brief manifesto. This dox goes out to those who have been terrorized, doxed, harassed, slandered, and family names mutilated by these people. It provided the reporter's address and phone number along with 2 pictures of his house. Then Rowan shared a similar document about a local film critic. He'd posted a snarky retweet of the Tribune writer and about a student reporter at Southern Utah University. The college student had covered a rally at the Oath Keepers recently attended, Rowan explained, and the militia believed he was coordinating with the Tribune. We found the car he drove through a few other members that did a stakeout. That's awesome, Williams said. Internally, he was reeling. A stakeout? In the dossier, he found a backgrounder on the student's parents, along with their address. Had armed men followed this kid around? Did they surveil his family home? Off topic, I want to make my channel a mental health support group. Yes. Be careful. I have definite opinions about it, which you are welcome to, but you are not required to listen to at all, ever. It's just a lot. That's a lot to take on. But if you, here's my only advice. Here is my only advice, Paul J. And I am not a success by any stretch of the imagination. So I realize my numbers are not in the success category, but I believe that I at least am happy with what I do. And that to me is the most important thing, right? Well, it's quality, not quantity. And here's the thing I notice. I'm happiest when I kind of let go. When I let go and let what I love doing lead what I do. So, you don't, I don't want you to feel like you have to be like a fixer or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a lot, especially around mental health. It can be a lot to try and take in other people's mental health. And that's the only caveat I have, but I don't want to, I'm not here to discourage anything. I'm just trying to, give you any benefit of what I might have learned. Oh yeah, good. I love, and you know what? Here's another piece of advice. I like to expect to fail. Now, granted, that might be why I'm so successful. But I just kind of, it's not that I wing it, because I do think about what I'm going to do, and there are times when I'm winging. But I try to have a system at least and hold on to some little bit of structure. But I really do try to kind of follow my heart. I don't know. Oh, honey, Paul, I've watched streams of people doing basically nothing. Okay. I'm worse. I'm watching it. Anyway, sorry for that PSA, but just a little. I like brainstorming too, by the way. Thank you, Paul J. Thank you. That's where it's intended. It's coming at you like brainstorming, because I hate it when people give me advice. They can all go fuck off. So you can tell me to fuck off. Okay, here we go. His notes show him wrestling with a decision he hadn't let himself reckon with before. Was it time to stop being a fly on the wall and start taking action? Did he need to warn someone? The journalists, the police? Breaking character would open the door to disaster. The incident with Kinch's dog had been a chilling reminder of the risks. Williams had been in the militia too long. He was losing his sense of objectivity. The messages were alarming, but they were an imminent threat. He couldn't tell. Williams had made plans to leave Utah if his cover was blown. He didn't want to jeopardize 2 years of effort over a false alarm. But what if he did nothing and this kid got hurt? The plan. By 2023, Williams' responsibilities were expanding as rapidly as his anxiety. His schedule was packed with events for AP3, the Oath Keepers, and a third militia he'd recently gotten inside. He vowed to infiltrate the Proud Boys and got Coates to vouch for him with the local chapter. He prepared plans to penetrate a notorious white supremacist group, too. His adversaries were gaining momentum as well. Williams soon made the 4-hour drive to Kinch's house for another leadership meeting and was told on tape about a National Oath Keepers recruiting bump. They'd also found contact information for 40,000 former members, which they'd hoped to use to bring a flood of militiamen back into the fold. Oh, thank you, Paul. There's Paul's @ I'll get an actual linky link to it. Hold on. Hold on to your love. Mama. La la. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, you. Oops. Damn. I can't spell anymore. I can't spell anymore. Okay, here we go. I'm going to give you his link-a-dink. You can just click on this. You don't even have to think about it. Your furnace is fixed. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Badger. Yeah, think about a name. That's fun. Think about your branding. Do you want a little brand or a little logo or something like that? You never know. Okay, wait, hold on. What am I doing? Nope. Yeah. Here we go. Here's Paul's channel. Da 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 da. Paul's channel. There you go. You can just hit that link. Hit the link. Where is my ProPublica article? Wait, that's not it. Nope, that's the song I was singing. Oh, there it is. There we go. Not much there yet. Don't worry about it. I'm subbed. I think I'm subbed. I should be subbed. Oh, that's it. Yay, Badger. Jagmeet Singh is taking credit for your good fortune. That's the thing. That's who I was asking about this morning. Is what people thought of him in Canada. In Canada. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. Despite the risk to his own safety and progress, Williams decided to send the journalist anonymous warnings from burner accounts. He attached sensitive screenshots so that they'd take him seriously. And then, nothing. The reporters never responded. He wondered if the messages went to spam. His secret was still secure. But the point of his mission was finally coming into focus. He was done simply playing the part of model militia member. His plan had two parts. After gathering as much compromising information as he could, he would someday release it all online, he told me. He carefully documented anything that looked legally questionable, hoping law enforcement would find something useful for a criminal case. At the very least, going public could make militiamen more suspicious of each other. In the meantime, he would undermine the movement from the inside. He began trying to blunt the danger that he saw lurking in every volatile situation the militiamen put themselves in. On January 27, 2023, body camera footage from the police killing of Tyre Nichols, an unarmed black man, became public. The footage is gruesome and distressing, the New York Times reported. Cities across the U.S. are bracing for protests. The militias had often responded to Black Lives Matter rallies with street brawls and armed patrols. Williams had visions of Kyle Rittenhouse-esque shootings in the streets. He put his newly formulated strategy into action, sending messages to militiamen around the country with made-up rumors he hoped would persuade them to stay home. In Utah, he wrote to Kinch and the leaders of his two other militias. He would be undercover at the protests in Salt Lake City, he wrote. If any militiamen went, even a brief look of recognition could blow my cover and put my life in danger. All three ordered their troops to avoid the event. This is a bit of a bummer, one AP3 member responded. I've got some aggression built up. I need to let out. Yeah, I'll do an after Lolo's party stream. Fuck yeah, do it. I say yes. And after the protest, Williams turned on his voice diary and let out a long sigh. For weeks, he'd been nauseous and had trouble eating. He'd developed insomnia that would keep him up till dawn. He'd gone to the rally to watch for militia activity. When he got home, he'd vomited blood. Even grocery shopping took hours now. He circled the aisles to check if he was being tailed. Once while driving, he thought he caught someone following him. He'd reached out to a therapist to help relieve some of this pressure, he said, but was afraid to speak candidly with him. I can check his office for bugs and get his electronics out of the office, and then once we're free, I can tell him what's going on. He quickly launched into a litany of items on his to-do list, a training exercise to attend, a recording device he needed to find a way to install. I'm just fucking sick of being around these toxic motherfuckers. It's getting to be too much for me. The deep state. On March 20th, Williams called Scott Seton, the founder of AP3. If he was on the verge of a breakdown, it didn't impact his performance. I could tell when Williams was trying to advance his agenda as I listened later, but he was subtle about it, obsequious, methodical. By day's end, he'd achieved perhaps the most remarkable feat yet. He'd helped persuade Seton and his lieutenants to fire the head of AP3's Utah chapter and to install Williams in his place. Now he had access to sensitive records only senior militia leaders could see. He had final say over the group's actions in an entire state. He knew the coup would make him vastly more effective. Yet that night, in his voice diary, Williams sounded like a man in despair. The success only added to his paranoia. Becoming a major figure in the Utah militia scene raised a possibility he couldn't countenance. He might be arrested and sent to jail for some action of his comrades. With a sense of urgency now, he focused more intently on militia ties to government authorities. I have been collecting evidence on the paramilitary's use of law enforcement, he said in the diary entry. It's way deeper than I thought. He solved the mystery of the Oath Keepers' sheriff. It was the sheriff for Iron County, Utah, a tourist hub near 2 national parks. He assigned Rowan to dig deeper into the officials' ties with the movement and come back with emails or text messages. In a recent interview, the sheriff told me that he declined an offer to join the Oath Keepers but that he's known quite a few members and thinks they're generally good people. Coates has periodically contacted him about issues like firearms rules that Coates believes are unconstitutional, the sheriff said. If I agree, I contact the Attorney General's office. Claiming to work on a communication strategy for reaching out to law enforcement, Williams then goaded AP3 members into bragging about their police connections. They told him about their ties with high-ranking officers in Missouri and Louisiana and Texas and in Tennessee. The revelations terrified him. When this gets out, I think I'm probably going to flee overseas, he said in his diary. They have too many connections. What if a cop ally helped militants track him down? I don't think I can safely stay within the United States. 4 days later, he tuned into a Zoom seminar put on by fellow AP3 leader. It was a rambling and sparsely attended meeting. But 45 minutes in, a woman brought up an issue in her Virginia hometown, population 23,000. The town's vice mayor, a proud election denier, was under fire for a homophobic remark. She believed a local reporter covering the controversy was leading a secret far-left plot. What's more, the reporter happened to be her neighbor. To intimidate her, she said, he'd been leaving dead animals on her lawn. I think I have to settle a score with this guy, she concluded. They're getting down to deep state-local level, and it's got to be stopped. After the call, Williams went to turn off his recording device. Well, that was fucking insane, he said aloud. He soon reached out to the woman to offer his advice. Maybe he could talk her down, Williams thought, or at least determine what she meant by settling a score. But she wasn't interested in speaking with him, so again he faced a choice. Do nothing or risk his cover being blown. He finally came to the same conclusion he had the last time he'd feared journalists were in jeopardy. On March 31st, he sent an anonymous warning. Because she is a member of a right-wing militia group and is heavily armed, I wanted to let you know, Williams wrote to the reporter. I believe her to be severely mentally ill, and I believe her to be dangerous. For my own safety, I cannot reveal more. He saw the article the next morning. The journalist had published 500 words about the disturbing email he'd gotten, complete with a screenshot of Williams' entire note. Only a few people had joined that meandering call. Surely only Williams pestered the woman about it afterwards. There could be little doubt that he was the mole. He pulled the go bag from his closet and fled. A few days later, while on the run, Williams recorded the final entries in his diary. Amid the upheaval, he sounded surprised to feel a sense of relief. I see the light at the end of the tunnel for the first time in 2.5 years. CODA, Project 2025. It was 7 days before the 2024 presidential election. Williams had insisted I not bring my phone on the off chance my movements were being tracked. We were finally meeting for the first time in a city that he asked me not to disclose. He entered the cramped hotel room wearing a camo hat, hiking shoes, and a Spy vs. Spy comic strip t-shirt. Did you pick the shirt to match the occasion? I asked. He laughed. Sometimes I can't help myself. We talked for days, with Williams splayed across a Best Western office chair beside the queen bed. He evoked an aging computer programmer with 100 pounds of muscle attached, and he seemed calmer than on the phone, endearingly offbeat. A vision he laid out of his own future and of the country's was severe. After he dropped everything and went underground, Williams spent a few weeks in the desert. He threw his phone in a river, flushed documents down the toilet, and switched apartments when he returned to civilization. At first, he spent every night by the door, ready for an attack, if anyone found him and ambushed him. It happened after dark, he figured. If no one ever came, and he began to question if he needed to flee at all. No one ever came, and he began to question if he'd needed to flee at all. The insomnia of his undercover years finally abated. He began to sketch out the rest of his life. Initially, he hoped to connect with lawmakers in Washington, helping them craft legislation to combat the militia movement. By last summer, those ambitions had waned. Over time, he began to wrestle with his gift for deceiving people who trusted him. I don't necessarily like what it says about me that I have a talent for this, he said. To me, it seemed that the ordeal might be starting to change him. He'd become less precise and consistently adhering to facts in recent weeks, I thought, more grandiose in his account of his own saga. But then for long stretches, he'd speak with the same introspection and attention to detail that he showed on our first calls. His obsession with keeping the Tyree Nichols prosecutors safe was myopic, he told me, a case of forgetting the big picture to quash the few dangers he could control. Williams believes extremists will try to murder him after this story is published, and if they fail, he thinks he'll live to see the United States cease to exist. He identifies with the violent abolitionist John Brown, who tried to start a slave revolt 2 years before the American Civil War and was executed. Williams thinks he himself may not be seen as such a radical soon, he told me. I wonder if I'm maybe a little too early. I thought Williams was considering a return to quiet life. Our 2 intense years together had been a strain, sometimes even for me. But in the hotel room, he explained his plans for future operations against militias. Until they kill me, this is what I'm doing. He hopes to inspire others to follow in his footsteps and even start his own vigilante collective, running his own agents inside the far right. In August, I published my investigation into AP3. I used his records, but did not otherwise rely on Williams as an anonymous source. It was a way of starting to lay out what I'd learned since his first email. What's driving the growth of militias? How do they keep such a wide range of people united? The dangerous exploits they've managed to keep out of public view. 2 months later, Williams published an anonymous essay. He revealed that he'd infiltrated the group as an independent activist and had sent me files. He wanted to test how the militia would respond to news of a mole. The result was something he'd long had hoped for, a wave of paranoia inside AP3. It's a fucking risky thing we get involved in, the group's founder said in a private message. Fucking trust nobody. There's fucking turncoats everywhere. Seddon declined to comment for this story. He then shot a follow-up email. MAGA. Sowing distrust is why Williams is going on the record, albeit without his original name. He still plans to release thousands of files after this article is published, evidence tying sheriffs and police officers to the movement, his proudest coup, plus other records he hopes could become ammo for lawsuits. But Williams wants to let his former comrades know, okay, I can't say that word. An F word is doing this to them. He thinks his story could be his most effective weapon. Every time militia members make a phone call, go attend a meeting, or go to a gun range together, he wants them to be thinking in the back of their heads, this guy will betray me. Ooh, that's good. That was a good one. That's a good one. I can't even look at this dipshit anymore right here. Get him out. Get out of here, JD. Damien. He is Damien, though. Actually, I'll just leave him there. Okay, what do we got? Canada Live updates. Trudeau is stepping down. We did watch that this morning. That's how Trucker John started with Hal. Is that true? What? Wait, what? Do what? Oh, yeah. I don't know. Where? Has tweeted what? I guess I'm a little tired. Jim, 4 European leaders have spoken against Elmo in the last day. Macron, Olaf, Scholz, Keir Starmer, and Jones. Well, you know what? Unfortunately, Elmo says, hold my vodka. Hold my screw top vodka because I own those bitches. Bitches get stitches. It looks like I have 20 views and I have 15. I don't understand. Oh, no, not old news. Yeah, old news. Yeah, God, that's so 2 hours ago. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, it's a plethora of news. I think it's time to redo the Wake and Bake set. What do you guys think? I'm going to work on that. Jiminy crickets. Okay. I joke. Ha ha. Yeah. Ha ha. Ha ha. I don't know. I mean, I guess if he had to do it, it seems like this is, I don't know. I mean, at least they have, I don't know. I'm trying to okay, well, they have a couple months to figure it out, and then they have an election in October, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, and right now, hold my ketamine. hold my K bump. Yikes. Okay, well, I'm going to hit it for now. I've just wasted enough of your time here. He owes nothing to his caucus. Sounds like they were all hanging out with. I mean, really, I don't think it was a very friendly environment up there. The future leaders will figure out how to beat these pussies at their posers. You said posers, I said pussies. Sorry, at their own game. Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. You know, I hope I want more competence. I want competence. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you. Yes, and peace. And that too. Peeve and peace. Peeve and peace. Anyway, have a great day. I will see you. I think I'm going to not have a space tonight. I think I need a little bit of a recharge this afternoon. And then I will return next week with the spaces. And also we'll be live tomorrow morning. That's right. We got more. How do you like it? How do you like it? Be here tomorrow morning for lots of fun in the sun. All right. This was in a comprehensive lounge. Thank you. I appreciate. Well, you're so welcome, Neil. Thank you for appreciating the Canadian content. I really do want to get better about that and start thinking globally so that we do pay attention to what's happening in different countries, especially those that really understand or that are in the room with us in chat. So I hope I can be responsive to what this chat also would like to learn about. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. All right. Thanks to Gal, as always, for the links. Thanks to Teresa for the links. Teresa, feel better. We love you so much. I know your ears were burning because we were talking about you. But I will see you guys later. And what's happening in our territories. Yes, Carla, thank you for that. Representation matters. And Stacy Plaskett is amazing. Yes, reach out and help your neighbors. If you are in the path of wild weather, please take care of yourself. All right, be safe. Make sure your pipes aren't going to bust. Turn on a little bit of water, whatever that is. Follow your local advice. And also check on neighbors if you're able. That's great. And Neil apparently is the elderly Neil is the elderly neighbor. Apparently he self-identified yesterday. So if you are near Neil, you should go and see if he's okay. Maybe bring a little charcuterie. I don't know. Some donuts. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway. Oh, that sounds good. Now I want charcuterie and donuts. Fuck. An elderly nabob. All right, guys. Have a great Monday. Fuck off. I can't. And don't laugh, Neil. Don't laugh. I'm not funny. Thank God I'm not funny. It could have been an injury. Okay. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I adore you all. Have a great day. And if you can't be with the one you love, honey, love the one you're with. All right. My ribs. Okay. Bye, everybody. Oh.